with you toward one vision, a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Some closely watched numbers out this morning include initial jobless claims and pending home sales. For now, Apple can resume selling its Series 9 and Ultra 2 watches on its website and in its stores after a legal victory with the U.S. Appeals Court temporarily blocking a government commission's import ban on the popular watch models. This follows a patent dispute with medical technology firm Masimo Corp, which accused Apple of hiring away its employees, stealing its pulse oximetry technology, and incorporating it into Apple watches. The watches in question have remained available at other retailers, including Amazon. And online retailer Zulily, which specialized in children's and women's apparel and launched in 2010, is shutting down. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Lillian Wu, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
One of the biggest topics of 2023, discussed all over the world by citizens and their leaders, is artificial intelligence. We were already using versions of it when we ask Alexa or Siri a question, for instance. But the rise of generative AI, ChatGPT in particular, felt sudden and explosive. This past spring, we spoke with astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson about all the excitement about AI's potential and the concern about its risks. As always, Neil deGrasse Tyson was passionate, informative, and optimistic. Now here's that conversation from the June 14th Fox News Rundown. What's happening now with artificial intelligence didn't just happen, even though it may feel like a recent shockwave through the public consciousness.
This is something that this administration has been doing.
White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre previewing a meeting today between Vice President Kamala Harris and chief executives from several companies at the forefront of AI.
To underscore the importance of developing safeguards that mitigate risks and potential harms while driving responsible, trustworthy, and ethical innovation.
Conversations, some argue, are overdue. Oklahoma Republican Senator James Lankford says he's glad the administration is finally engaging on the issue and that the government needs to try to get ahead of it.
We've all seen what's happened in multiple areas where you allow technology to get ahead of what the regulatory state really is on it, to be able to make sure that we're managing a good thing and making sure it stays for good. It's not used for evil.
But there's been a drumbeat of dread suggesting it may already be too late or that time's running out, such as the recent open letter from tech leaders and others, including Elon Musk and people who've worked on AI, warning humanity may be in danger.
My takeaway from the letter was not the caution that it could be dangerous for humanity. By the way, that would be true for practically any major scientific technological advance.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is an astrophysicist, director of New York's Hayden Planetarium at the American Museum of Natural History, and author, his newest book, Starry Messenger, Cosmic Perspectives on Civilization.
So I don't see that as a uniquely present letter. We could have done that at the beginning of the nuclear age. And of course, at the beginning, it was just imagined it was just a bigger weapon. And then we realized proliferation could turn it into something that could end all of civilization. So count it among those things that threaten civilization. So for me, the takeaway wasn't simply the warning, but the concern that maybe we're not spending enough time tracking how bad it could get. so that maybe we could step in the way of that progress. So I applaud the attempt to alert people, but I think it asked for a ban on further AI research. I think that's unrealistic.
Or a pause.
Yeah,
A pause.
Sorry, yeah, correct. A 6-month pause. And I think that's just completely unrealistic. Do you realize the United Arab Emirates has a minister of AI? Just to put this in context, countries care about AI all around the world, and a letter signed by a bunch of people, I don't think that's going to stop it or pause it. But what they should have said was, given how fast it's going, let's redouble our efforts to see all the bad things it could do and try to prevent that.
I think part of the reason the letter maybe caught some people off guard was because it kind of left you with the feeling like, oh, what do they know about this that the rest of us don't? So I don't know. I mean, as a scientist, I guess, why are you not more concerned than you sound? Or is it a case of, you know, is the nuclear stuff really the worst case scenario with this? I mean, people think nuclear bomb. That's you know, maybe planet level extinction. I don't know, but what are some of the ways that it could mess up life worse than that? You mean on a daily basis?
So I can give some examples that I know of, and there might be some others I haven't thought of yet. I want to back up just for a moment. I come from the physical sciences. All right, I studied physics in college. My first computer that I programmed, because this is how old I am, was in the 1970s. Okay, and I've probably written about 50,000 lines of code in my life. My wife has programmed even more than I have. Wow. And so we've been very close to computers and their power, and watched firsthand what power they have. And so anytime a computer made a great advance, we said, great, it can now calculate something that I don't want to calculate, or it took me too long to calculate. And I can think of other problems that were previously inaccessible to me because I couldn't do it. All right, so scientists, mathematicians, engineers, we have been in lockstep with the power of computing ever since the beginning. But what has happened is that the computer is now composing literature, okay? The computer is stepping into the realm of the social sciences, of the liberal arts. And then people are running for the hills, all worried. By the way, the computer replaced a whole bunch of jobs, all right, when they were rising up. Your car is made by robots controlled by computers, not by an assembly line of men in Detroit, as it was for decades. So computers have always been putting people out of a job. It's been raising other jobs that no one previously even imagined. So I
think it feels now like it's sort of treading on human brain turf, or like maybe we're in.
It was always that. No. You had to learn long division in middle school, okay? And now the computer does it. Did you say, oh, it's treading on human turf?
No,
you didn't say that. You said, I'm glad. Okay? Don't tell me that.
No, I just mean, I'm not putting it in the right words, but I feel like, does it suddenly feel like we're valuing the human brain less in some way because of the newer advancements in artificial intelligence?
That has been a continuous fact. They don't tell you this, but a computer flies your airplane. The pilot's in there basically for show.
That's scary.
The computer flies the airplane, especially the old ones, no, but the modern ones, it's flown by a computer. Basically on practically all elements of it, okay? Are you saying, oh, it's taking away my humanity? No, it's making the plane safer. Don't you want that? So yes, times have changed. A computer beat us at chess, and that was long ago. A computer beat the best chess player. A computer beat us at Jeopardy. Talk about the human culture losing to a computer. So the world didn't come to an end when that happened. That is, people didn't react emotionally when that happened. But all of a sudden, you say, write me an essay on the Etruscans, and out comes an essay that's basically perfect, and people freak out because now it's in your backyard when we've always had it in our backyard. Yeah, and yes, I think of science and engineering as human things because humans invented science and engineering.
Right.
Sorry, I'm screaming at you here, but
no, I love the passion. That's why I love talking to you. How do we get around this? How do we get around this fear then? How do we calm people down about it? Should we calm people down about it?
About fear. So holding aside the fear that is in every single computer takes over the world movie, like Terminator or The Matrix, holding those aside for the moment, I think a more immediate, let's call it a threat, is the capacity of computers to fake things. To fake your voice, your face, create a three-dimensional version of you based on just a few photographs. All right? We've already had this happen, from what I've read, where they sample the voice of a loved one of yours, and then that loved one calls you, it's all fake now, calls you and say, oh, I'm touring Istanbul and I lost my credit card. Can I use your credit card while I'm here? And I'll pay you back when I get home. And you recognize the voice, you recognize everything about it. It might have even been a video call. And then you give them your credit card and bada bing, AI just stole your credit card. There's all manner of evil, nefarious ways this can be abused. Another way, which I think is more widespread risk, is suppose there are two countries that are already not getting along, all right? And then you fake an announcement of the leader of one of those countries that they're going to invade this afternoon. And the other country then reacts to this, and then it can place complete deadly chaos, even though neither leader said what the deep fake claimed it did. So we already have the problem of misinformation, disinformation, people believing they're experts because they spend a few minutes reading a Google page, and then they override the actual opinion of an actual expert. So that's already created havoc in the social media circles. Part of me wonders, maybe AI will create such good fakes that no one will trust the internet anymore for anything. And we just have to simply shut it down. Maybe it's the final nail of a coffin in the internet. 30 years, it was a good run from the early 90s to the early 20s and 2020s. Now it's time for the next thing. That could be the greatest gift of AI to the internet.
Saving humanity from itself?
Yes.
Perhaps?
Yes.
Well,
and that's a weirdly more philosophical thought. Like I said, in a chess game, we think it'll make things bad, and maybe making things much worse forces a level of, it induces a level of distrust where it has no power of us at all.
I was going to ask you about some of the positives, but I think in general, a positive thing about AI is the ability to make life easier on a variety of fronts, right?
Isn't it kind happening all along? Right. Your life is easier now, all along. But you think people think AI is some new kind of thing. It's more powerful computing, and in some cases, it can train itself, so it can be more powerful sooner than it otherwise would have been, and the person doesn't have to train it to become more powerful. All right, so I'm more simplistic about it. To me, they're more powerful computers that will continue to replace your tasks. And this thing with it, the chat bot and the writing, let it write things that nobody wanted to write, like instruction manuals. Or let it write an instruction manual. Nobody wants to write those things. Or tour guides, okay? All the things that were never signed by authors, let the thing write those. And sure. Yes, and it'll put some people out of work. So what happens now is when you go to college or you get educated at all, you don't want to learn a trade because that could go extinct. You don't want to learn how to make horse-drawn buggies because that could go extinct. What you want to do is learn how to think, how to put together new information into new ideas so that you can always be out ahead and have value to an employer. So we have to transform the educational system. I think in the end, that would be a positive thing. And you're saying, what will AI do for us? You've interacted with Siri on an iPhone, and you say, Siri, where's the nearest Starbucks? It'll find Starbucks, tell you its hours, tell you when it's most crowded, tell you when to avoid it and when to go, and all that's happening, and not a human being is involved. You can get the shortest distance to grandma's house, avoiding traffic that built up in the last hour that you didn't know about, but your smartphone did. And that smartphone is talking to satellites. Oh my gosh. And somehow no one was thinking that was AI? It's all AI. It's replacing humans in the intellectual sphere. All of it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it, and the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Join WIP's Devin Caney and John Johnson with Brent Selleck for the Birds New York Watch Party for the final game of the season at Maggie's Waterfront Cafe on the Delaware River. Brought to you by Miller Lite. Cheer on the Birds and take a picture with Brent and the championship ring. Enjoy $3.50 Miller Lite bottles and drafts. It's Brent Selleck with Devin Caney and John Johnson for the final Miller Lite Watch Party of the season at Maggie's Waterfront Cafe. Game date and time is to be determined, so check out 94WIP.com for info. It's Miller Time, Philadelphia. Celebrate responsibly.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. Make recycling part of your holiday season. If you get a new computer, tablet, or cell phone this year, recycle your old one by selling it or donating it to charity. Otherwise, dispose of it at a proper e-waste facility. Recycle your Christmas tree by turning it into wood chips and mulch. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
The #1 selling brand of chainsaws isn't sold at the big box stores. Find STIHL tools only at over 10,000 locally owned STIHL dealers. Real STIHL. Find yours at stihlusa.com.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
Fox News, I'm Jack Callahan. No let up in the fighting in the Mideast.
Battles are ongoing between the IDF and Hamas as ground operations expand across the Strip. With no major progress on Egyptian-led ceasefire talks, the ground war is expected to intensify.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Israel, where the country says it will target refugee areas in central Gaza to rout Hamas militants that may be hiding there. Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas claiming in a social media post that he and Secretary of State Blinken made progress Wednesday in border talks in Mexico City with Mexico's president. On Capitol Hill, talks between some senators on a stalled border policy bill tied to a military spending bill continue.
Big issues remain, like asylum and parole. There are questions about caps on migration. Negotiations are tough and slow.
Fox's Chad Pergram at the Capitol. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Herb Kohl, the former Democratic U.S. Senator from Wisconsin and the former owner of the NBA's Milwaukee Bucks, died Wednesday at the age of 88. When he bought the Bucks in 1985 for $18 million, he saved the franchise and kept them from leaving town. He owned them for 30 years before selling for $550 million. In the NFL, the big story Wednesday, Russell Wilson benched by the Broncos. Bleacher Report claiming Denver wanted to restructure Wilson's contract to push back guarantees and make him compete for the starting quarterback job next season, but Wilson declined. Looks like the player and the team are headed for a split after 2 seasons. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
There is no joy in Denver today from the Broncos facility. Russell Wilson benched for Jarrett Stidham. It's a financial move. It's also a football move based on the timing of this. And this comes at a moment where the Broncos are not mathematically eliminated from the postseason. This is Russell Wilson, who they traded 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, a handful of other picks and players last year, and he was awful last year. He's been better in 2023, but not good enough. Sean Payton, who I assume chose Denver because Russell Wilson was there, that's not the case. He has the full authority, and that's ultimately clear based on this move. It's not likely, but Denver has a 9% chance of postseason play. They actually have a better percentage chance to win the division than they do to get the final wildcard spot in the 7th seed. And they're moving forward down that road with Jarrett Stidham. From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Hey, it's a holiday season, and we all know what that means. In addition to presents under the tree, it's time to use those FSA and HSA benefits we've been accruing all year. I'm Dom Giordano, and if your benefits are still available, now's a great time to reach out to my good friend, Dr. Robert Bentz from the Bentz Dental Group to set up your appointment for a consultation. You know how much I admire Dr. Bentz and his quality work, attention to detail, and investment in the overall health of his patients. Dr. Bentz is a board-certified prosthodontist, was recently appointed to the board of the American College of Prosthodontics. So if you're considering dental implants, reconstruction, or any dental or prosthodontic needs, call Bentz Dental Group today to schedule an appointment with Dr. Bentz, and don't let 2023 end without taking advantage of those FSA and HSA benefits. Call or visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call them at 610-272-6949. That's 610-272-6949.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Tammy Bruce.
What's on your mind?
It's likely you've heard by now that a narrow 4-3 majority of the Colorado Supreme Court ruled that former President Donald Trump is disqualified from holding federal office under the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. The court said Trump engaged in insurrection when his supporters rioted at the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. Quote, "I'm not an insurrectionist. Crooked Joe Biden is," Trump wrote on Truth Social. This makes sense because the move by Biden supporters to bar Trump from serving a second term as president is a grave threat to the survival of our democracy. Keeping a candidate off the ballot is a dangerous and disastrous escalation in the Democrats' efforts to seize power. It must be avoided, just as countries with nuclear weapons avoid using them. The mutual assured destruction principle is a doctrine of deterrence. If one country used nuclear weapons, other countries would follow, and we could see billions of people killed and civilization destroyed. In other words, no one wins and everyone loses. Similarly, if one party started barring its opponents for running for president in a political war, our democracy would go into a death spiral. And without the ability to elect a president of their choice, there's no telling what angry, disenfranchised voters would do. Just thinking about it is frightening. Yet, it seems to not be frightening the Democrats, who never bother with considering the catastrophes that follow their actions. Even though the U.S. Supreme Court is unlikely to rule that Trump is unqualified to serve as president under the 14th Amendment when he appeals this dangerous and partisan Colorado ruling, the state court decision opens a Pandora's box of nightmarish scenarios. The Hail Mary desperation play by Trump opponents to deprive voters of their ability to elect the presidential candidate of their choosing isn't just election interference. It's blatant, un-American election rigging. Totalitarian states, including Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, Afghanistan, and Cuba today, and Nazi Germany and fascist Italy in the last century, routinely bar regime opponents for running for office. Whether you love Trump or hate him, you should support his right to be on the ballot, because doing so upholds the right of all of us to govern ourselves. With our votes, we ensure that government is the servant of the people. When government can bar candidates who leaders don't like from the ballot, government becomes our master. I'm Tammy Bruce, a contributor at Fox News, and this column originally appeared at amac.us.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. So when you enroll in a car protection plan through CarShield, you can look forward to the following. CarShield offers protection plans starting as low as $100 a month with flexible month-to-month coverage, no long-term contracts, and options to fit everybody's budget. They have repair coverage for up to 5,000 parts, and you have your choice of ASE-certified mechanics. And they have a price lock guarantee. This is big, meaning the price will never go up, no matter how many claims you file or even as the mileage on your car increases. That's a big deal. Call CarShield today, 800-898-6155, or go to carshield.com/Levin. That's /LEVIN to save 20%. That's 800-898-6155. Or go to carshield.com/Levin to save 20%.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Is there fat jokes out there? Of course. By the way, we all keep getting fatter as a society as we evolve for some reason. It's weird how that works. In what profession do you get banned or discriminated against? TV news appearance absolutely matters. You see any bald, bearded guys on TV?
They're all on radio.
Face for radio, Nick Kayal.
As a nation, we could all stand to drop a few.
No, everybody's going to try, starting on 1/1.
Yeah,
and then they'll give up by February 13th.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I'm Peter King. U.S. officials are back in Washington after meeting with Mexico's president about the southern border crisis. New York Mayor Eric Adams says other states have to stop sending busloads of migrants there without notice. More from correspondent Christina Raffini.
The influx is having an impact as far north as New York, where the city says taking care of asylum seekers will cost an estimated $12 billion over the next 3 years.
to tell Texas Governor Abbott to stop the games and use of migrants as political pawns.
The mayors of New York, Chicago, and Denver came together to pressure the federal government for help.
The federal government must take responsibility and lead on this humanitarian crisis instead of leaving it for cities and localities.
The latest from Gaza includes new Israeli bombing raids on what the military says are Hamas targets in towns and refugee camps. CBS's Jared Hill.
Medics searched for survivors in the aftermath of the latest Israeli airstrike in the city of Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. The humanitarian crisis worsening, with a group of international surgeons seeing firsthand the dire need for increased medical help.
Flood warnings are up in and around Philadelphia this morning as drivers try to navigate through the new rivers that heavy rain has left behind. Nearly 200 flights were delayed or canceled at Philadelphia International yesterday. FlightAware says so far no problems today. Colorado's Republican Party has appealed the state Supreme Court decision to keep Donald Trump off the primary ballot because of his role in the Capitol insurrection. CBS News legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
After the Colorado Supreme Court ruled to disqualify Donald Trump from the primary ballot, two distinct parties materialized who would seek an appeal to the Supreme Court. First, Donald Trump, but also the citizens from Colorado who would want to vote for him. The Republican Party of Colorado is standing in for those voters.
An appeals court says Apple can keep selling its new smartwatch for now. Here's CBS's Carissa Lawson.
The tech giant can't keep selling its Series 9 and Ultra 2 watches until at least January 10th. That's when U.S. Customs is set to determine if the redesigned watches still infringe on a medical device maker's patents.
Hundreds of California pizza delivery drivers are out of work. CBS's Matt Piper.
Pizza Hut is set to lay off more than 1,200 delivery drivers in Los Angeles, Orange, and Riverside counties in California. It's ahead of a new state law that boosts the fast food minimum wage to $20 an hour. A second Pizza Hut franchise, Southern California Pizza Company, is also planning to lay off 841 drivers.
The companies say they'll use third-party drivers instead. S&P futures down 1. This is CBS News.
You don't need a job platform, you need a hiring partner. Indeed lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. They use significantly less energy than regular bulbs. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning, friends. The caffeine is just now beginning to hit my bloodstream, so it's safe to go live here on 1210 WPHT, I think. Famous last words, perhaps. Matt Rooney filling in for Nick Kayal again this morning, along with the lovely, talented, and usually delightfully punchy Mary Walter. Good morning,
Good morning.
Good morning, Mary. How are you?
I'm having a rough morning, too.
We're all kind of feeling it today.
Yeah, I've been up since 3:30 because we're leaving to go away for New Year's. because we don't really get to do Thanksgiving, Christmas, etc. because one of us is always working.
Right.
So, so I have a house sitter coming, so I've got to, make up and he brings his friends, because he's young and they want to do, New Year's Eve at the Jersey Shore. So I've got to make sure beds are made up and bedrooms are clean, and I've got food and then I have to pack. I have all this stuff to do, so I'm up at 3:30 with my brain going, oh, the head of lettuce in the refrigerator. I've got to remember to bring that. And so all these things going through your brain when you can't get it to stop, you know that? So I just threw in the towel and got up. And just before we started this, I ran downstairs to go get some water, and I was fixing my hair because it's a little flat today. And I noticed my shirt was on inside out. I was like, oh, it's going to be one of those days. Okay. And my husband says to me, he goes, but you're working with all guys. Nobody would have noticed. I'm like, well, that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, we're lucky I'm wearing a shirt this morning, which unfortunately everyone would have noticed and then gouged out their eyes.
Stop.
At the end of it. Yeah, well, especially after all of this delightfully rich Christmas food. Feeling a little extra flabby today, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, since one of us is always working, we really don't do Christmas. We don't do, like, the decadent food and all that other stuff because we're usually, trying to catch as catch can and saying, so you want a cookie for dinner? Like that kind of thing. Like, we just, we don't really do any of that.
It's the North Pole diet.
Yeah, exactly. If it works for Santa, it's good enough for Santa, it's good enough for me.
That's my attitude, too.
Yeah.
855-839-1210, by the way, in case you forgot, is the number here at the station should you wish to call in and participate. And who knows, maybe if it's something worthwhile, we'll put it on air. It's up to Anthony Dorenzo, who I don't think Anthony's feeling Scrooge-like today. He smiled at me twice, which is impressive for this hour and for him. How are you today, my friend?
I'm doing pretty well. I just forgot my parking pass, so I had to run back and get that this morning.
You walked in at the same time I did, which wasn't a good sign for either of us.
Yeah, so I had to do the whole run around this morning, but we're good. We made it.
You made
At least your shirt's not on inside out, is it?
Yeah, it's not.
No one would know under that Eagle sweatshirt. I think I've seen him in that for about 30 days in a row now.
Yeah, right.
Not that anyone's complaining.
I love that Anthony gets so dressed up for the show. It looks like he really put effort into it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like he's really taking on the Greg Stocker role 100%.
Yeah.
Like instead of brushing his hair, he just threw a hat on.
Dress for the job you want, Anthony, not the one you have. So if you want to be Stocker, you just need some luscious blonde locks and you're on your way.
Yeah, that's true.
Halfway there. Well, we've got a solid 4 hours this morning. Regular listeners and viewers of Kayal and Company know that. And even for the week between Christmas and New Year's, I'm surprised by how much we have to talk about. There was a time, not all that long ago, Mary, when this was the quiet week. People at home, like you, eating cookies for dinner, packing to go away on vacation.
And working like 3 shows a day, yeah.
Working like 3 shows a day. Yeah, you're probably not a good example of the average Christmas break.
No.
Not a good example. They're from your undisclosed Christmas location with the little tree in the back.
Well, the shed in the backyard, as the viewers are convinced. It's a shed or a hostage situation of some kind.
You're safe. That's all that matters.
Yes, safe.
The terrorists will not find you wherever you are.
No.
You can find us online if you want to watch us. You can head over to youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to confirm that I am indeed as handsome as I sound, although today, as I mentioned earlier, it's a little bit of a toss-up. I'll let you decide. You can also participate in the comments, which are usually pretty interesting, often fun, and sometimes a little bit salty. But that's okay. That's how we like it around here. Speaking of salt...
Wait, hold on one second. I need a favor from the viewers and listeners. So remember they told us last week that if you go to Twitter, you can't find me, like I'm like shadow banned or whatever.
I tried it. I couldn't. You weren't coming up when I tried to search you.
But we're friends on. We follow each other on Twitter, don't we?
We do. But if I type in Mary Walter Radio,
really?
You don't automatically come up.
Even if you follow me, that's so weird. So they say, like, so you cannot get a hold of anybody at Twitter. There's literally no way to address this. But the only thing I found was to just log out and stay off Twitter for like 3 days, and that should help resolve any kind of banning, shadow banning of some type. So I have not been on Twitter since then. I've logged out. I haven't been on, haven't posted anything. So give it a shot and let me know what happens. I'm just curious.
Hey now. So I just went over to Twitter or X or whatever we're calling it these days, and I typed in Mary Walter, and lo and behold, there's Mary smiling back at me. And that did not happen when we were here last Friday before Christmas.
So it works. So you just have to just not be on there for a couple of days. I don't know what I did. I didn't get an email or anything telling me I was bad and, misused the platform or anything. I don't know what happened. So, okay, good. Thank you. That's it. Now it's a good day.
So that's a low bar for a good day, by the way, if you've been on
My shirt was on backwards this morning, inside out this morning, okay? That's where the bar was set this morning. I couldn't even, 6-year-olds can put their shirts on right side out. My shirt was inside out, and it has a hood on it, and it was still inside out, and I didn't notice. Look at that. It's got a hood, and I didn't even notice it was inside out.
Be a little more generous with yourself. I don't think the dressing gets easier with age, especially if you're at my house, because I have 2 young kids, and one of them invariably is in my bed this time of the morning, right? They saunter in. So my wife last night said, make sure you have your clothes laid out. And it took a second to click. What she's saying to me in a somewhat nice way, about as diplomatic as we get in the Rooney household, is do not be turning on the light, be groping around in the closet at 4 o'clock in the morning, waking me and one of your children up. So it's a miracle that I came dressed at all. I thought about saying the heck with it and just wearing a trash bag this morning, just to make it easier on myself and everyone else.
Although you have to admit, it's not like you have to put on a tie to come here. I had to do hair, makeup. I still have my pajama bottoms on, I will admit, but and put my shirt on right side out. So
pajama bottoms are Zoom formal. That's the actual phrase for it.
Ever since Jeffrey Toobin, we know some people don't wear any pants whatsoever. So at least it's a step up.
Or as the great Rush Limbaugh once called what Jeffrey Toobin did, a self-Lewinsky.
Did he actually
that lives with me.
It's early for that.
It is early for that, but we all need to wake up, right? Some people take a cold shower. Some people drink a lot of coffee. I gave you one of El Rushbo's greats.
Have you ever done the cold shower thing?
Oh, yeah.
It's rough. It's rough. One of my friends does it every morning. I don't know how he does it.
I've jumped in a lake one time when I was up in the Poconos. Wake up, go jump in the lake.
But was it cold?
Yeah, absolutely. It does work.
Okay. No, because I'm thinking if it's summer, then it's kind of not really,
Well, right, yes, it's not as impressive if you're doing in July. Fair enough. But the Poconos, it's still cold in the morning. That's one of the things I love about going up there. You've kind of got that mountain coolness that wakes you up in the morning. So we are awake, and I know you're awake over on YouTube as well if you're following us there. And we have some confirmation. Mary, I follow you and couldn't find you on X last week. That's Signs of Autumn. We resolved the Signs of Autumn. You can now probably find Mary because she's out of the penalty box.
Thank you. Yes.
Some magic in Elon's algorithm. If you're off for a few days, I guess that unshadow banned you.
I guess that's what I had to go online and look it up, and that's what it says. So I didn't post Merry Christmas. I'm sure now I got 800 notifications I don't have to wade through on my vacation, but that's okay.
And then Dan says, that's hot. Let's see your socks, please. I hope you're talking to me, Dan.
Yeah, because I don't have socks on right now. But I do have, you can see my jammy bottoms. You want to see my jammy bottoms?
Are they Christmassy?
No, they're not. See? Very comfy and fluffy. Those are my jammy bottoms. That's it. Nothing exciting.
Nothing exciting. Well, that's okay. There's always next time, Mary.
Yeah, super fluffy and warm. So
I guess this morning we have to give you an update on what's happening with the effort to keep Donald Trump off the ballot in all 50 states, right?
There are some updates.
There are some updates across the wire. When I was in for Mr. Zioli last night because I'm doing double duty this week. Thanks for that, Mr. Stalker.
You can always say no. I did.
Yeah, I'm terrible at that. especially Greg. Again, that face, those golden locks. Who could tell that guy no?
The come hither stare.
That's exactly right. Come sit in the chair.
Awesome.
See? I don't have it in me. If you do, God bless you. You're stronger than I am.
I can only work so many shows a day. I just can only do so much.
I think after a while you just kind of get in the zone, and I don't want to say you're on autopilot. My brain's still working to the extent it's capable of working, But I think you hit a point after 3 or 4 hours where, what's another 3?
Some guys do it in the shower. Some guys do it in the sink.
Oh, it's like he's here. It's really scary.
We're decidedly PG-13 this morning. And it's not even 6:30.
Well, it's the week between Christmas and New Year's. I mean, this week I kind of figure like all the rules are off, right? Like everybody's tired. Most people are on vacation. I don't know why the entire country goes on vacation between Christmas and New Year's. Somebody's got to work, right? Somebody has to work. And so I think it's just like a weird, different mindset, if that makes sense.
I'm a capitalist and a corporate whore.
I miss Greg.
Do you?
Well, not usually, but then I hear all the quotable Greg clips, and then I say, you know what?
Everyone says I'm doing a decent job, but I'm not getting angry enough, so maybe I'll try to get angrier today.
Yeah, well, what I'll do, once an hour I'll walk in and throw some cold water at you to try to simulate the cold shower, and maybe that'll get your ire up. But, Mary, this is one way in which I know normally as conservatives we don't point to Europe as a model to follow for almost anything.
No, we left there for a reason.
We left there for a reason, right? But
we should eat like them.
We should eat like them?
Absolutely.
You shut your mouth, Anthony. I'll have my 6 pieces of pumpkin pie and my supersized fries, please. You are right. The portion thing's out of control, and that's a whole other discussion, right? Because they use it to jack prices on you at restaurants. Yeah. But I like the holiday, right? And by holiday, I don't mean the actual day. I mean taking an extended vacation a couple times a year. I took a vacation. I haven't done this in 2 or 3 years recently for 10 days. That's when you hit the maximum point of relaxation. Going away for 5 days, especially with a family, that's not relaxation. That's a prison sentence. You're chasing children around a pool. You're spending half your time in airports. Security is groping you. Especially if you look like me. Obviously, they're spending extra attention on you. You can understand the pain I must be going through whenever I'm dealing with the TSA. And then, recently when we were traveling with my young one, we had a stroller. They put 4 TSA agents on that, Mary. 4 TSA agents.
You're those people. You got to get on first because you got the kids. You use all the overhead stuff because each kid's got a backpack, and you got the stroller, and you got the car seat, and you got this, and you got that, and everybody else can just check their bags because the Rooney family has a gazillion items of check-on luggage.
I demand. Oh, you have. We bring a. First of all, yes, everyone must yield to me and my family and our chaos in the airport. That's my privilege, and I own it.
It's like when Xi Jinping walks in somewhere, you just saw everyone has to bow.
Well, that's exactly right. Make way for Winnie the Pooh, and then you have no idea the face that falls over our fellow passengers, comes over our fellow passengers when they see us walk in, because we have a car seat, we have a stroller.
Yep.
Sometimes we have another stroller.
Yeah.
It is make way for Prince Ali. It's a baggage train. It looks like we're in first class on the Titanic whenever we get in an airplane.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane.
And everybody else loses overhead luggage space because of your selfishness. I would like that noted.
Yes, that's exactly right. 100%. And I own it. But I do think, Mary, going away for an extended period of time, or in this case, taking a week off to get caught up on sleep, spend time with the family, get some errands done that you otherwise can't accomplish. I do think that there's some value in that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I know that when we come back from we're only going for like 5 days, our long weekend thing. I know when I come back, this guy, it's a family member who comes and stays. He's younger, and like I said, brings his friends, and they're going to do New Year's at the Jersey Shore. And they take care. He loves animals, so he takes care of the pets. So everything's good. But I'm going to have some cleanup when I get back because they're boys, right? They're guys in their 30s, so I'm going to have some cleanup. But that's it. And because our life now gets really calm, right? The fill-in life gets really calm because we did all the fill-in life from Thanksgiving to New Year's. Our life is crazy. So we'll get calm now, and this is when I get to do everything that everyone else is sitting back to do. Like, I'm going to write Christmas cards. Our Christmas tree's still not up. So those are the things that I'm going to now get to do, and now that I get, like, my calm time. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Can you do Christmas cards for me, too? We are Christmas card slackers in my house. No one knows what my children look like because we are the only part of our friend family network that does not send Christmas cards.
So I have Christmas card rules.
There's rules.
When it comes to Christmas cards. So, because we don't just slap pictures of, the kids on the cards and send them out and have, the signature already done on it. And you pay the extra 25 cents a card or whatever it is to have them pre-addressed because you're rich or whatever and you're too lazy to write the address on them. So, our Christmas card.
Those elitists with their pre-printed envelopes.
Exactly. So, we put a lot of work into our Christmas card. And it's usually very funny every year. Like, we look for pictures all year long. This is going to be our card or whatever it happens to be.
Mary with her shirt backwards.
Right, but we always have a very memorable Christmas card. So, and if we don't have a good Christmas card, we don't send one out. But we always send. But here's the thing. If I get what I call an untouched by human hands card from you 2 years in a row, which means you didn't, for all I know, you had Snapfish, sign it for you and just shove it in the envelope and you never even saw it.
You just uploaded some photos and that's it.
What? Yeah, that's all you did. And you couldn't even sign your name on it because that was just too taxing for you. You don't get one of the good cards. Then after that, you get just like a regular card from us. And if I don't get a card from you 2 years in a row, I stop sending you cards because I kind of figure you're not into it.
Well, don't bother adding me to your Christmas card list then.
No, I had no intention.
Yeah, well,
no.
Probably in part. Well, I mean, besides the utter and complete loathing we feel for each other, which maybe you folks at home don't get because we're professionals, or at least we try to be, right? You're never going to get a Christmas card from me because it's just always the thing that lazily slips away. It's at the bottom of the list and it drops off. We never get there. I'll tell you what's worse, though, than what you identified. The people that send not the prefabricated ones that they barely touch, not touched by human hands, as you say, the ones that overtouch them with human hands. And you get a laundry list of what they accomplished during the course of the year. You like those cards?
Oh, I love them so much. Now, I have not gotten
Killer feed, Anthony.
Wait. I have not gotten a good one of those. So when you're on our Christmas card, because we would get those letters from our friends about, the youngest was born, she's in the top percentile of this and that, and her weight and with her APGAR score and all this other stuff on it, right? And all this stuff. So we sent out a similar letter where we bragged about our cats and how well they were doing, and the vets said that they were in the top percentile and they're in excellent shape and all this other stuff.
That's a good troll.
Totally mocked the Christmas letter that a lot of people send out. It was great. It was so much fun.
Whiskers got a B in reading comprehension.
We do all of the like the vet says she's growing, and so we totally made it up. We set out this whole thing that went inside the Christmas card, and we just had the cats on the Christmas card. It was great. Got good reviews on that one.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah. Because I put a lot of thought into it.
Because here's my take. If you have to tell me that much about you, unless you've been deployed overseas in a war zone, right? Or you're floating above Earth's atmosphere in the International Space Station, then we probably shouldn't exchange cards because I should have heard from you during the course of the year. It shouldn't have waited till Christmas for me to find out that little Johnny figured out how to ride a bike at age 13.
And then it gets worse because then when your children, you don't have your children on the card, they get married and they go off. People start putting their grandchildren on the card now. Like I'm getting cards now from people because their children have had children, so they have a grandkid. So I never got a Christmas card from these people before, and now because I guess their kids weren't card worthy enough. I don't know, but they have their grandkids on the card.
Our kids married up and made us grandchildren that are less ugly than they are.
I got a card from someone that I've known forever since I was a child. Never got a Christmas card from this person ever in my life. This year I got a card because he has a grandchild. And it was him and his wife and the grandchild on the card. Hilarious. Not even his kids, the grandchild. It's so funny.
91 LSXRs over on YouTube says, Mary, they're saying that Matt puts a spritz of his cologne on all his Christmas cards before he puts them in the envelope.
Well, that's what makes them special.
That's what makes them special. That's actually why I was told by the post office to stop mailing them.
Well, and kind of creepy. Yeah,
yes.
That's it's kind of like borderline restraining order.
Yes, no, absolutely. And I don't want another visit for the police, at least for that. So remember, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to watch the show this morning as well as listen to it. You can also call in 855-839-1210. I guess we'll take a break because, as Greg Stocker says, we are capitalists around here. We'll play some ads to make some money so they can pay Mary and I our exorbitant fill-in fees. You got your check, right, Mary?
Wait, you get paid for this?
All right, this is a good time for a break, Anthony, before
what?
she asks any more questions. We didn't send the check to her undisclosed Christmas bunker. And when we get back, we'll delve into the latest updates on the efforts to exclude Donald Trump from the ballot across the country and a whole lot more here on Kayal and Company. Matt Rooney and Mary Walter filling in.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's the Saturday Night Free-for-All. Starting at 7 p.m., Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is live and local with Michael Pelka from 7 to 10 p.m.
Idiots are everywhere. You can't swing a cat without hitting an idiot these days. And I'm not endorsing cat swinging.
And Jimmy Fallon, 10 to midnight.
We have a White House where someone is capable of getting anthrax inside and wouldn't be capable of finding out who committed the crime.
The Saturday Night Free-for-All. Listen this weekend. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
Honey, come here, quick.
What is it?
Shh, check it out. The prices on all these highly rated tequilas are amazing. Total Wine must have made a mistake.
Nope, they always have the best deals in town. Remember that amazing reposado your sister brought over last week? See, it's right here.
Whoa, that's a low price. I mean, whoa, that's a low price.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stansland here. Now is the time to get the vehicle it's been on your wish list with year-end savings from the Piazza Auto Group with 5 financing for a limited time as low as 0% for up to 60 months on select new models, like the 2024 Mazda CX-5 with standard all-wheel drive from Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading, or the 2024 Tucson and the 2023 Santa Fe from Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. PiazzaMazda.com and PiazzaHyundai.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Rich Zeoli.
I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. You're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Rich Zeoli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Is this a cover, Anthony?
No.
Or just an acoustic
it's a
version?
real song.
Oh, no, there we go. Okay.
It's just instrumental.
It's been a while since I've heard the intro. I was going to say, this is a great song. It would be a good one to hear acoustic.
They should do the unplugged segments again on MTV.
Wait, hold on. Music on MTV?
I was just going to say they should put music on MTV. What was that song when music's still on MTV? Music, what was that? Music's still on MTV.
Ask me again in about an hour and a half when I wake up, Mary.
The song 1985. 1985.
Uh-huh.
Right? White Snake. They talk about White Snake. Music still on MTV.
That's the cutoff right now for whether you're young or not as young, if you remember MTV with music. I remember coming home after school and watching music videos.
Yeah, I mean, they still even had it when I was growing up as well.
And you're a kiddo,
yeah,
relatively
I mean, TRL,
speaking.
I used to watch TRL. That was the best.
I think that what is the saying? Old is always 15 years older than you currently are.
That's poignant.
I like that.
Poignant Mary this
that
morning.
That works for me.
Yes. Matt Rooney and Mary Walter
old.
filling in for Kayal and Company this morning. We're feeling young at heart this morning.
You're only wiser.
Man, we're really depressing the heck out of people this morning.
No, this isn't
You
depressing.
may creak every time you move, but hey, you know, you're not dead yet.
This goes to the whole Joe Biden thing. Like, people talking about Joe Biden, they're like, well, Trump's old too. But what we're learning, I think what we're learning from all of this, not to get serious, but I will, is that age really truly is just a number, because you see people, like, we all have friends and you look at their parents and some of their parents are like an old 70, right? Like they're just an old 70. They can't move around much. They can't just, and you have other people who have parents who are in their 70s and they're going to the gym. Right? So it's all, I think, if you want to know how you're going to age, just look at your parents, pick your parents well, do the best you can as far as diet and exercise and that kind of thing. But ultimately, genetics come into play. So like Joe Biden is just he's an old 81, right? He just is, or 82, however old he is.
Oh, George Bush Sr. was jumping out of airplanes for his 90th birthday. Remember that?
Exactly. So I think you can... You know, and I look at my grandfather, who died at almost 97 years old. He had been in the hospital for more than a day once, and that was when he died. And so physically, he was in pretty good shape. Yes, he slowed down, obviously, because he was in his 90s, but his brain, totally sharp, totally there. So I think that, you know, when it comes to aging, it's very, very individual. And just because you're 80 doesn't mean that you can't do whatever the job is. Yes, you're not going to be an Olympic gymnast. I think we know that. Curling team is still a possibility.
I'm holding out hope for my Olympic gold. Speed walking would be my category. That's been my not so secret aspiration for years. There's this guy, Ray Funkhauser.
Yes.
Who apparently is was the world champ. He is to speed walking what Mark Spitz was to swimming.
He had little shorts all the time. He always wore really short shorts when he walked, and his hips and
That'd be
really
good
chicken
publicity
legs.
for us,
Yes.
so I'm all for that. You should do that.
Well, that's what I was thinking. We could do, the Matt Rooney 1210 WPHT Philly speed walk, which in Philly you have to speed walk so you don't get shot or mugged. So it would double as, personal defense training for all of our listeners. So when Stockard gets back, let's pass that one up the management poll and see whether we can make that happen. We'll get Mary out here. You'll do it, right?
Sure. Yeah, only if I get to wear a Kevlar vest, so we can't do it in the summer.
Well, we'll hand them out instead of bibs. You get the bib with the
Right.
number when you go and you run a race. Yeah, we'll hand out little Kevlar bibs.
I probably won't be able to go far if it's super hot and sweaty and heavy. But so my
Well, that's
only-
why I'm in the short shorts. The
Oh,
Funkhausers, we'll call them.
There, the Funkhausers.
Yes.
God. So I always thought that every time I watch the Olympics, I always think I can do the Winter Olympics, not the summer. Not much in the Summer Olympics I left that I could do except maybe speed walking. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
But in the Winter Olympics, curling, always a possibility. I wash floors. I know how to do that. Just, ever since the advent of the Swiffer, right? I mean, how hard is this, right? I practice all the time. I'm constantly practicing for the Olympic curling team. And there are venues around. There's 2 in New Jersey that you can go to and you can learn how to curl. You can go do that.
In North Jersey or South Jersey?
There's one in each. There's one in South Jersey, one in North Jersey.
Do you know where the South Jersey one is?
I do not.
I'm putting you on the spot, but let's figure that out because I think that we're stumbling upon a concept here: the underachiever domestic Olympics. Speed walking, curling, because we know how to clean.
There's one more. You can get in. What is that? It's the bobsled, I guess it is, where the guy in the back sits up because he's got to be able to steer it, but the people in the front are just ballast. So all you have to do is run next to it and just jump in order and crouch down. I can do that. I can be ballast.
Dream. That's the answer. That's the solution here, Anthony. You always have to dream. Never give up on your dreams. Mary and I are going to have gold by the time 2024 is concluded.
We can be ballast. I can do that really well. I do it. My husband sails with another guy, and they race. And so sometimes if they need ballast, I get to go. And I just have to move from one side of the boat to the other.
I think you're more than ballast.
That's what I do. I just move from one side of the boat to the other. That's my job.
By the way, if you want to get on the fun this morning and just listening to this is not enough for you, you sick person, you can head over to youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and the comments are as lively this morning as ever. One of our listeners says, "Well, 1210 insists we wear a ribbon for the speed walk like Kramer from Seinfeld." I think they should. I think they should. And then I'm going to make a donation to the Human Fund at the end for my fellow Seinfeld fans.
There you go.
Speaking of things that are comical, I mentioned earlier, obviously, we're going to talk about Donald Trump this morning and the left's efforts to keep him off the ballot in various states because that struggle continues to evolve on a daily basis. But one thing that I love in juxtaposition to this storyline, Lauren Boebert apparently is planning to switch districts to run in another district. She currently represents Colorado's 3rd. Like many states recently, they changed the lines of these various districts. There was redistricting. And now she wants to run in the 4th because it's a more Republican jurisdiction. She thinks she has a better chance there. Perfectly permissible under constitutional law, pursuant to election law. You don't have to live in the congressional district where you ultimately decide to run. That's not true of the state legislature, at least in states like New Jersey. You have to live in that district for a certain amount of time. But you would have thought that they just caught her rigging an election or leading an insurrection. The taunting, the general nastiness directed at Lauren Boebert. And look, I get it. Right? Even though I'd take someone like Lauren Boebert over Joe Biden in a heartbeat because my politics are closer to hers, she's a troll. And there's that saying, if you live by the sword, right? So when you troll people, they're going to troll you back. At the same time, the left is actively, Mary, seeking to deny us the opportunity to have an actual presidential election by trying to create only one choice, Joe Biden, by barring Donald Trump's access to the ballot across the country. Lauren Boebert switching districts, however, is the line they draw in the defense of democracy.
Okay, so she almost lost last time around by she almost lost to the Democrat Adam Frisch last time around.
It was close.
It was close, right? So, but this is what bothers me about Republicans. They're primarying her. She is getting she's being primaried by a guy named Jeffrey Hurd, an attorney, figures lawyers.
They're the worst.
Horrible. And so she instead now is running for a seat held by Ken Buck, who decided he would retire at the end of his term. So that's why she's moving over.
Right.
But this bothers me so much because Republicans eat their own. I don't understand why they do it. Democrats don't primary their own. If you're the incumbent, they're not primarying you. But Republicans do it just because they don't like Lauren Boebert. I got news for you. I want more people like Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Elise Stefanik in Congress because they fight to win, as opposed to the Mitch McConnells and the Kevin McCarthy's who just left. The more establishment Republicans who don't fight to win; they just fight to get reelected. That's it.
Well, that's
and they
the
don't
thing,
care.
right?
And that's why I like her.
That's what a lot of people don't understand about this. The reason why they primary somebody like Lauren Boebert is because some of our establishment friends think that she's the problem. They are more offended by her behavior. And look, I'm going to be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of Lauren Boebert, even though our politics align pretty closely. Some of her behavior, off the court, to use a sports metaphor, you know what? Tone it down a little bit. I don't think it's really helping your cause or anyone else in the general cause. At the same time, no, Lauren Boebert is not the existential threat to our republic. We've always had eccentric people that don't always behave well in Congress. Newsflash. Lauren Boebert is hardly the first person to behave that way. And if I can be a little bit of a feminist for a moment here, we have plenty of men that behave in an abhorrent way. Why is it that Lauren Boebert getting fresh with her boyfriend in a theater is where you folks draw the line?
Yeah, let her be.
Just throwing that out there, right?
Why can't we care about freedom?
Well, I'll tell you what, Anthony. This is why you're here on this station.
Exactly.
You're the guardian.
Oh my God,
of
I'm
liberty.
all for Lauren Boebert getting felt up in and out. We live for that. That's like a gold-plated story for us to talk about.
Your monotone delivery makes it all the better too. I'm all for Lauren Boebert in a theater.
It just sounds like
engaging in
it's going
X-rated
to
behavior.
some weird place that we're going to find out he's got a big, huge Lauren Boebert poster in his bedroom over or something. You know what I mean?
You haven't seen his lower back tattoo? Lauren Boebert's head? Holding like an AK-47? Yeah.
That's what makes her hot. That's what makes her hot for a lot of guys.
That's true.
Right? I got it. That's what makes her hot.
Yeah, and look, she knows it, right? That she's made that part of her brand. She's no dummy. Say what you want about her. She may not be your favorite person. But you hit on it, Mary. I mean, this is the problem in the Republican Party right now. How many embarrassments are on the left side of the aisle that Democrats choose not to police? I mean, Ilhan Omar, right? Ocasio-Cortez. The list goes on and on and on. Democrats that have done abhorrent things, said abhorrent things. I mean, you have people right now in that chamber on the Democrat side of the aisle that have actively encouraged genocide, said horrible things about the state of Israel and Jewish people generally. And again, Lauren Boebert saying goofy things, holding an AK-47, that's what offends you. That's what you believe is the problem that needs to be solved in order to put the Republic back on the correct side of the tracks here. It's insane. It's offensive. And it's part of the problem, as Mary said very well, with the Republican Party today. We need to all be rowing in the same direction, especially if we want to defeat Joe Biden in 2024. There's an article up this morning, and Drudge, who has obviously done a heel turn, you're all aware of that.
Say who?
Yeah, I know, right? I only check now, Mary, to be honest with you, because I want to know what a MAGA hater is thinking. You need to be able to crawl into their mind from time to time so you know which angle they're coming at you from. Same reason I check out the New York Times from time to time. So Drudge today is trumpeting this story from MSNBC. Let's see, who put this thing together? Simon Rosenberg. Not surprised. Biden's 2024 chances are much stronger than people realize. Trumpeting the fact that, hey, you know what, folks, don't worry, ignore these polls. Abortion will save us in 2024. We're going to be just fine. And look, maybe they're right. I'm a New Jersey Republican. We just got our teeth kicked in. Republicans are losing winnable races in recent years, I think in part because we have failed to motivate our base in the same way the left has succeeded and motivated their base. But bringing us back to Boebert here, is attacking Lauren Boebert what's going to get Republicans that like Trump but are skeptical of the rest of the parties? That's what's going to convince them to put their mail-in ballot in the box and vote in 2024? I don't think so, Mary.
No, but going back to Republicans and how they run, and going back to look at New Jersey. Now, Pennsylvania. Did you see Pennsylvania? We have people moving from the Democrat column to the Republican column. And I think a lot of that is due to Scott Pressler, who is out there on the ground in Pennsylvania. And he's registering Republicans. That's what he's doing. And that's a big deal. And that just came out that
from Daily Caller, right?
Daily Caller, right. Roughly, let's see, 20,000. Let's see. Pennsylvania's picked the winner of the presidential election for the last 4 cycles. They've lost 35,000 of their Democrat voters to Republicans this year, and this is as of December 18th. Only 15,000 of the state's Republican voters became Democrats in 2023, and roughly 20,900 Democrats, 18,900 Republicans have withdrawn from both major political parties. And that's, to me, part of the story, an integral part of the story, because I think more people are just pulling away from both parties and saying neither party represents me. I'm not a registered Republican. I don't sign up for the losing team. I don't sign up for a team that doesn't want to fight. If you're not going to play to win this game, I'm not signing up for your team. And Republicans don't play to win. In case Lauren Boebert, they allowed her to be primary. They didn't tell that guy, stop it. They didn't tell him to back down. They allowed him to primary her because she's Republican, but she's, quote, not the right kind of Republican, right? Not the kind that the establishment likes. Look at New Jersey. The establishment, Ronna McDaniel et al., think that New Jersey's not winnable. They just write the state off. They did the same thing with, Larry Elder, who ran in California, right? Larry Elder could have won, but the Republicans didn't do anything for him. They didn't send anybody there to campaign for him. They didn't pump a lot of money into it. They did the same thing in New Jersey with Jack Ciattarelli last time around. Not the best candidate in the world, but he could have won that race. But the Republicans gave him nothing. They don't give him anything. So they just write it off so they don't fight to win. So when you see things like what's happening on the ground in Pennsylvania, it gives me hope because it's not going to come from the national. This is all grassroots. This is Scott Pressler and his team getting out there and knocking on doors and registering people at things like gun ranges and gun shows and things like that, where you're going to have more conservative people and getting them to register for Republicans, and it shows in the numbers. So it can be done. It's just that the establishment refuses to do it. And I don't know how we fix that. If they're going to primary people like Lauren Boebert, who wants to change it.
They're stubborn. They want to go back in time. They want to get in their DeLorean and go back to the 1980s and be the Rockefeller Republican Party that Ronald Reagan first began to change, right? Carrying on the legacy of Barry Goldwater. They want to be the party of slightly less high taxes and complete, an agnostic attitude towards social issues, and will manage government better than the other side. So we're not going to transform it. We're not going to take an axe to big government, which is oppressing you. We're just going to do a slightly better job of making sure that the gears are grinding. And that's the only promise the Republican Party, the establishment Republican Party, makes to its voters. It's
Democrats light.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Well, and it's just not a good brand, right? It's not even about ideology. Trump is actually not a hard right conservative if you look at his positions through the ideological lens. What makes Trump a winner in the eyes of our base, and Mary just alluded to this a moment ago, is that he's a fighter. He's a fighter. He actually promises and follows through on taking on the left. The establishment can't say this. So Republicans have a brand problem, and if they want to get people out to the polls in 2024, attacking Lauren Boebert is not the best foot forward. That should be something we can all agree on.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but I think there's a lot in the Republican Party who don't agree with that.
Yeah, they don't. And their time has passed. It's only a question of whether or not they realize it. Remember, youtube.com/at1210WPHT is how you follow along online if listening just isn't enough for you. Matt Rooney and Mary Walter filling in for Kayal and Company today. Quick break, and we'll be back with more in just a moment. Don't move a muscle.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's natural supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health-boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Allen Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid. And just seeing my dad, seeing the look on my dad's face.
And my dad set this up. This was actually a Christmas gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. If you haven't come see it, see it. It's amazing.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 25th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com! Throws for Allen. He's got him. Far corner. Touchdown, Penn State.
History will be made December 30th as your Nittany Lions face the Ole Miss Rebels for the first time ever.
Drills it. End zone. Caught. Touchdown, Penn State. Theo Johnson from Windsor, Ontario.
Penn State is in the Peach Bowl.
A dominating, wire-to-wire, complete performance.
Hear all the action this Saturday morning at 11:30 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Now that I know how you feel about Lauren Boebert, Anthony, we'll see if we can hook you up with an autograph for next Christmas.
Oh, I would love that.
Would you?
I really would, yeah.
Would
That would be like such a political
nerd
nerd thing to have. That'd be so funny.
Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it?
I also want,
sure
we
we
need
can
to
make
do
that
this.
happen.
Greg, you need to give me the company card if you're listening. We need to get a cameo from George Santos. I need that in my life, talking to us.
That would be great radio.
Oh, we
That's
need
easy. That's easy.
I love him.
You might have
You
to
just
keep
have
your
to pay
finger in the
for it.
dump button. Yeah, Mary's right. I'm sure it comes with a fee.
Yeah, well, it's cameos,
it was
you have
only
to pay for it.
$20 at first. It might be
Yeah.
up there now, but it was cheaper.
Yeah, he's not. You just pay for it.
That guy, look, there's someone else who say what you want about George Santos. He's not a dummy. He did whatever it is he did, right? And now he's going to monetize the heck out of it, and they hate him for it. But everyone on the left does the same thing. They're all liars who then turn it into a brand and then make money off the back of people. So why is it so much worse when George Santos does it?
Because he's a Republican, and this is what we were just talking about.
There you go.
Republicans kicked him out, and they gave up the seat. He was accused of doing things. He was not convicted of doing anything. And Democrats will hold on to the seat. I say it all the time. They circle Fetterman like he's got a date on Jeopardy next week, right? so the Republicans, though, will dump you just because you've been accused. They hold themselves to a higher standard than the Democrats, and they lose power because of it.
Yep.
And it's not fair to George Santos. You may not like him. He may have done some really scummy things, but he hasn't been convicted of anything yet. So why is he not in Congress?
Meanwhile,
Menendez still is. I just like that noted.
So I was just going to say, my home state's senior senator, who's accused of accepting gold bars as a bribe and acting as an unregistered foreign agent for Egypt, still there.
Yep.
Still there.
Yep. Running.
He's clearly compromised, right? If all of the evidence that has been obtained by the government points in the direction it looks like. No effort on the part of anyone on the Democrat side of the aisle, other than John Fetterman, one of the weirdest twists of 2023, demanding that he be removed. It's the double standard in our republic that is most dangerous to our republic. We've always had crazy people, bad people, self-interested people. I mean, what else would you expect in a country of 330 million people? You're going to have devils just the same as you're going to have angels. It's the unequal application of justice, Mary, that is the problem. And it's clearest in what we're seeing right now in this nationwide legal effort to remove Donald Trump from the ballot. Luckily, the Michigan Supreme Court this week turned back an effort to bar Trump from that key state's ballot. We know that was part of the blue wall that crumbled in 2016 that brought Donald Trump into the White House. The Colorado decision, and maybe we'll get into this a little bit more in the second hour, is now going to be appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court by the Colorado Republican Party on behalf of the voters of that state. Who wouldn't it be nice if they had access to democracy? We've heard for how many years now about the importance of democracy. Why are we trying to remove all Democrat elements from Colorado?
Well, the insidiousness of the Colorado ruling is that you're not allowed to even write Donald Trump's name in. So if you wrote Donald Trump's name in, your vote doesn't count. So they'll actually pay attention to write-ins and, I guess, mail-in ballots, which would be novel. So maybe that's one way to get them to pay attention. But the hypocrisy of it all, since we're talking about the hypocrisy from the two sides and the Republicans' desire to just, beat themselves over the head for whatever reason. Nicaragua is run by a dictator, right? We know that.
Yep.
And they had their government hit with sanctions from the Biden administration in 2021. And they explained that they were imposing sanctions on Nicaragua because they claim, the Biden administration claims that Nicaragua ran a sham election, what they called a sham election, in 2021 because the country's government removed most of the incumbent political opponents from the current removed most of the opponents from the incumbent President Ortega, took them off the ballot. So they said it was a sham election. Doesn't that sound a little bit familiar?
Yeah.
The Biden administration pointed to what they called the government's groundless misuse of a law, Nicaragua's Law 1055. That law bans anyone deemed as a traitor from the country's by the country's government from running for political office. So they just deemed all of his opponents traitors and then used this law to keep them off the ballot. It is exactly what is happening here. They're accusing him of being an insurrectionist, traitor, potato, and they're keeping him off the ballot. We sanctioned Nicaragua for this. Joe Biden's administration sanctioned Nicaragua for doing exactly what Joe Biden's administration is doing.
Yeah, they get most of their best ideas from dictatorships in communist nations.
And then they accuse everybody else of doing it when they're actually doing it. But my mind was blown when I read why they sanctioned Nicaragua and the law that they were using to do what they claim they used improperly. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, you've got to be kidding me, right? This is a joke, right?
I think they call that a self-own, right? I think that's what the kids would say. Matt Rooney, Mary Walter in for Nick Kayal today on Kayal & Company, 1210 WPHT. 1 hour gone, but don't worry, 3 hours still left to go. Let's get a little more caffeine, and then we'll be back in a few. See you in a bit.
Senator Rand Paul joins me. It's amazing that we have the FBI working like this with big tech and the corporate media to suppress things like you going after Anthony Fauci over gain-of-function research and the lab leak.
Without question, Elon Musk is right. It is true. They became an arm of the government. They essentially became the censorship arm of government. My job would be a lot easier if I could find an honest progressive who remembered that they used to be big defenders of the First Amendment.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Peter King. The Secretaries of State and Homeland Security are back in Washington after meeting with Mexico's top officials. The U.S. wants Mexico's help with the southern border crisis. CBS's Cammie McCormick on what Mexico wants.
The Mexican government wants the U.S. to reopen border crossings temporarily closed by the U.S. They're important to transport Mexico's manufactured goods. The U.S. says it closed those borders because the surge of migrants overwhelmed border agents. Mexico has begun clearing out one migrant camp near Brownsville, Texas, using bulldozers and workers with machetes.
New York Mayor Eric Adams says he's fed up with other states sending bus loads of migrants there.
We cannot allow buses with people needing our help to arrive without warning at any hour of day and night.
Now he signed an executive order requiring more than 30 hours notice for new arrivals. History tells us that slavery was the main cause of the Civil War. Republican presidential candidate and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley has a different take.
I think the cause of the Civil War was basically how government was going to run, the freedoms and what people could and couldn't do.
Haley's comments came during a town hall meeting in Berlin, New Hampshire last night. This voter was beside himself.
In the year 2023, it's astonishing to me that you answer that question without mentioning the word slavery.
What do you want me to say about slavery?
No, you've answered my question.
The Pentagon has finalized a package of weapons and equipment for Ukraine. Here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
The Biden administration says this final drawdown provides as much as $250 million worth of arms and equipment previously approved by Congress. A statement says the package includes air defense munitions, components, and anti-armor munitions. In announcing the drawdown, the White House says it is imperative that Congress act swiftly to, quoting here, advance our national security interests by helping Ukraine defend itself and secure its future.
First snow, then ice in North Dakota, and now officials say it could take as long as 3 weeks to clean up debris from the big ice storm that brought down trees and power lines there. Fargo City Forester Scott Ludahl.
Anything that's really impeding the flow of traffic or the use of the sidewalk, or if somebody can't get out of their house or driveway, those are the calls that we're responding to as priority one.
This is Good Riddance Day in New York City's Times Square, where people can shred things they'd rather forget from this past year.
I'm getting rid of my cancer mask, my decision to skipping a semester for the spring term.
Trying to not be perfect.
Negative thoughts.
Looking ahead to trading on Wall Street, S&P futures down a point. This is CBS News.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
Guys, stop putting your love life on hold. U.S. Pharmacy has some exciting news. If you've been wanting to try Viagra or Cialis, now is the perfect time. Call today and receive 50 little blue or little yellow pills for only $120 with free shipping. Why order some low-dose sildenafil from one of those subscription services when we can give you what you want now? Call 800-711-6818 and we'll rush your order, discreetly packaged to your door. Been thinking about trying Viagra or Cialis? Call U.S. Pharmacy at 800-711-6818 for as little as only $120 for 50 pills. Need your package in a hurry? Call 800-711-6818 and ask about our express shipping option, and we'll rush your order to you as soon as possible. Save money on the little blue or yellow pill you've been wanting to try. Again, 800-711-6818 now. That's 800-711-6818.
There's a new push for Tesla to recall its electric vehicles.
Democratic Senators Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut and Edward Markey of Massachusetts want Tesla boss Elon Musk to recall any steering and suspension parts that pose a safety risk. Their letter cites an investigation by Reuters news service that said Tesla has blamed drivers for frequent failures of components that it has long known were defective. The lawmakers say they want Musk to correct apparently false and misleading representations made to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration about causes of any flaws. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
An Arkansas man arrested in Washington state for having pipe bombs last week says he had been planning to kayak to the Philippines to be with his new wife. Court papers show that he told a neighbor that the bombs were his defense against pirates and sharks, and that he was also bringing liquor for Russians. I'm Peter King, CBS News.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Time is running out to save big during Bush Auto Group's year-end event. Right now, save up to $7,500 on select vehicles and enjoy financing as low as 0% on featured models. Hurry into one of our 2 Nissan locations in Exton and Limmer or our Infinity location in Westchester before January 2nd and explore our extensive lineup of new and pre-owned vehicles. The year-end event has been extended until January 2nd. Visit us in-store or online at bushautogroup.com. Billy rides with us.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. What can you do on your holiday break that's going to make you look and feel great? Very easy. Book an appointment with my friend, Dr. Michael Veneria at Veneria Dental. Call today and get in his calendar for the new year and get that $1 million smile. I've been telling you about him for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that has made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike Veneria today. You have a choice, a clear choice for you and your family. So give Dr. Veneria a call. I promise you won't be disappointed. 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Honey, come here, quick.
What is it?
Shh, check it out. The prices on all these highly rated tequilas are amazing. Total Wine must have made a mistake.
Nope, they always have the best deals in town. Remember that amazing reposado your sister brought over last week? See, it's right here.
Whoa, that's a low price. I mean, whoa, that's a low price.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Good morning, all. Matt Rooney and Mary Walter filling in on Kayal and Company this morning on 1210 WPHT. If you're just joining us, hour number 2 of 4 this morning. Mary's shirt is on correctly. caffeine.
As far as you know.
As far as I know. I couldn't tell anyway.
You would not have noticed that it was on Inside Out, but as my husband said, it's all guys are not going to notice. But, one of the viewers might have noticed. So
If I could have $1 for every time I sent my daughter to daycare with something on backwards, I could retire tomorrow at the age of 39.
So you just tell them, oh, yeah, she wanted to dress herself today.
They take pity on me. They look at me and they're like,
"Is that where we are in life?" I'm at the people
Yeah.
just take pity on me stage.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. Look, we live in a culture that prizes victimization and victimhood, right? So I'm just leaning into it, right? I'm just going with the flow. Tired of railing against it, Mary.
I have an update about that George Santos cameo for Anthony. His wish he wants Santa to bring for him.
Yes.
So I don't know exactly how it works, but it's a message is $20. Okay, it says message $20.
So he didn't raise his rate, so that's good. Look at that.
That's so that's that. But if you want I want to go back. It won't go back to where it is, but it's $5. Oh, I want to go back to George Santos. Damn. Okay, so I don't know why it won't go back to. There we go.
He's shadow banned too.
George said so, but you can select a video. So just a message is $20, but if you want a personalized video, it's $500.
Oh, see, so we need to shell out $500.
Right. So you can get a holiday video,
Yes.
a birthday video, a wedding speech, a pep talk, a roast. He will give you advice or answer a question.
Oh my God! Imagine one of him roasting Nick Kayal.
Oh
my
yeah, we're not doing it for
God.
Anthony. We're doing it for Nick.
Oh my God, that'd be amazing.
I'd pitch in for that.
Yeah.
$500?
How much for George Santos to do your taxes?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. That's a good point.
I want Hunter Biden's guy to do my taxes.
Yeah, it's true. That's me. Yeah, I would also like that.
Yeah, Hunter will come and fix your laptop for $250 or a dime bag. It's up to you. He's willing to barter.
Probably
no, you have to have compassion for addicts. Stop it.
Oh, God. That's a topic that I could easily fill 4 hours with right there. I am so tired of hearing about compassion for addicts. And look, full disclosure, right? As a lawyer, as a human, plenty of people I know that have grappled with addiction during the course of their lives, right? And I have all the respect in the world for somebody that's going through something and finds a way to get out on the other side. But, we talked about this yesterday on Rich Zioli's show when I was filling in. I want to get back to a point in American culture where the heroes are the people that generally do things the right way. That's who we should be holding out there and as an example for young people to live up to. That's not to say that everyone is perfect, right? I mean, look at George Bailey from It's a Wonderful Life. It's Christmas time, right? We talked about that on Friday, Mary. We were ranking our favorite movies. That's a guy that made mistakes, but he is a role model. He is a hero. That's one of the reasons people love that movie. There are plenty of times that George Bailey probably, if he had access to it, would have loved to use drugs to get by, but he didn't, right? So it doesn't make you an evil person because you're an addict. That's not what I'm saying. But it's almost as if we now hold out the people that don't do things the correct way as the example for young people. And I think, Mary, it's probably showing in the results, right? The proof is in the pudding. Young people are not coming up the right way.
Well, to be fair, they call them the good old days because, wasn't there cocaine in Coca-Cola?
Yeah, there was. There was.
So they were happier, and you could. Get
I could sign up for that right now. By the way,
you could get morphine over the counter. Why do you think your grandparents were so happy? Life. Depression. Let's just go down and get a Coke.
That's why my grandmother was bouncing around the kitchen happily making pies. She was high.
Exactly.
Well, I got to go to therapy now.
I always laugh about it because the stuff that you used to be able to get, there was arsenic and hair stuff, for it was just a free for all. But on the upside, like I said, I depressed. Here's a little morphine.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
there's a lot to be said for George Bailey and his attitude. I'm just Mr. Gower down at the old pharmacy.
Yeah.
God, that was
That's
the worst.
true.
There's so many cringy parts in that movie.
When he gets hit like that, and
his ear starts bleeding.
Yeah.
Oh.
When I was talking about this on air with Matt DeSantis yesterday, he was complaining, and one of our viewers over on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, by the way, is complaining that Mr. Potter never got what was coming to him.
That's a good point.
He takes that money from idiot Uncle Billy, and from the best that we know, right? I mean, there was, I think, a book that was a sequel. I don't know if the book addresses it. Mr. Potter never went to jail for stealing $8,000.
Well, he's like everyone else. They just get away with it.
Might as well be a Democrat member of Congress.
Well, yeah,
right?
it's like Hunter Biden. They go back to what you were saying. But I think, just to wrap up your attic thing, I don't think it's even that deep, because everyone, I think, can relate to the attic thing. And if you don't necessarily have the sympathy for it, I feel like most people find that sympathy once they know someone close to it.
It's the glorification of it.
Well, it's not even that. Well, exactly. There's that. And then
somehow you're a hero because you're more damaged or you've made more mistakes. That's what I don't like.
Well, what if it was Don Jr.? Like they wouldn't treat him like this. So it's just the way that they treat people isn't fair, and that's, I don't want to be, what about this all the time? But seriously, it's just we need to get back to a place where we call things the way they are instead of, tiptoeing.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So as far as the sequel goes, there was actually a sequel planned in 2013 for It's a Wonderful Life, 60th anniversary. It got canceled before it got off the ground, and that's a good thing.
I was just going to say.
Do not. Hollywood's clearly run out of ideas because they just remake stuff over and over and over again. Same thing with Christmas songs. How many versions of, I don't know, Jingle Bells can you have? Right? Or I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas. It doesn't have to be remade every generation.
Jingle Bells peaked with the dogs barking.
Yeah. Well, all right. That's a classic.
That was the high water mark.
Yeah, that's a classic. But I don't know. Like, be creative. Invent something new. You know, it's like they've just run out of ideas. They just retread everything. So whoever killed It's a Wonderful Life, the sequel, there is a place for you in heaven with Clarence.
It was supposedly going to be surrounded by his youngest daughter, Zuzu. And she's remembered as the child who tells George the whole bell rings thing. So it was all going to be about her. So it wasn't even necessarily going to be a lot about it. But I agree. They need a...
Well, today she would be also, if they remade it in 2023, she'd be a trans man, addict, right?
It would just be Hunter Biden.
Essentially it'd be yes. The biological female version of Hunter Biden. She loses a laptop. Right, and her nickname for the laptop is Uncle Billy on Christmas Eve, and that's the catalyst for the action in the remake. I don't want to watch that.
Honestly, my one problem with that movie is they named their kid Zuzu, and this is before people named their kids wacky names because they wanted to be individualistic. There are like 10,000 Marys running around. Lots of Josephs, Bobbies, and Billies, and all that kind of stuff, and they named their kid Zuzu. I just thought that was the weirdest thing ever. It was such a disconnect for me. It sounds like she should be on Maury Povich.
Maury Povich.
Right?
At least they didn't insert X's into the names of kids back then instead of the CK to generate the same sound. You know what I'm talking about? Like somebody names their kid Jackson, and instead of making it like Andrew Jackson.
Well, those are like all the new names. If we looked up the trending names right now, it'll be like Parker, like these weird... I don't know. Millennials are taking it too far.
91 LSXRS over on YouTube says, we really dodged a bullet there. Zuzu was going to be played by Lena Dunham.
But didn't Lena Dunham become a dude?
I always thought she was kind of on the spectrum there.
Well,
I think she did.
It says here, too, the big reason why it was shot down is this. They were under the impression, that studio, that this was a public domain. It's not. It's owned by Paramount, and they obviously threatened legal action. So went right up to that and immediately got canned.
Way to go, Paramount. Make sure, by the way, over on YouTube, I pitched our channel, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like button. Every time you hit the like button, an angel gets a wing, and maybe if you hit it twice, then it gets 2 wings. And I think if we get enough likes, which it needs, right? Because 1 wing, that's not going to work too well. That's kind of what I feel like this morning. You ever see the Red Bull commercials where the little guy has 2 wings? I think I have 1. I'm just kind of flapping around here in the studio. And I think if we get enough likes, Mary and I get a toaster from Greg or something like that. I don't know what the current incentive program is.
I'm going to say, if you only have 1 wing and you're just kind of like flopping around, the humane thing to do is, just take you out of your misery, right?
That's going to be hour number 3. We wanted to get a little deeper in the show, tease it, give people a reason to tune into YouTube, because that'll be something.
Well, we can maybe give that away instead of doing it for the movie thing. When we do the movie cut.
Oh, we have no movie today. There's
no mystery movie.
This week. There's no prizes. They ran out of prizes for us.
How hilarious is that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't get a prize. You just get the satisfaction of putting Matt out of his misery.
That's what things have come to in radio. Anthony smothering Matt with a pillow
And
instead of tickets to go see a movie.
And your wife is not allowed to apply to win.
No, she's been trying for years. I'm still too fast for her.
Right.
Yeah, she could do that on her own time. Matt Rooney, who's not long for this earth, and Mary Walter in for Nick Kayal today on Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT, chugging through hour number 2. Quick break to refill our coffee mugs, and then we'll be back with more in just a minute. Sit tight.
Dom Giordano.
Let's go to Representative Eamon Brown on Talk Radio 1210. My producer here, Dan. He wants to know the most important thing. Where did you vote on the Taylor Swift recognition vote?
I voted for it because Taylor Swift, she ain't writing no song about me. I was like, I better vote for this because she's going to be like, all right, they're going to point me out. The one black man from West Philly is anti-Taylor Swift. And all her Swifties are not going to vote for me.
Downtime. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
You can admit it, you're obsessed with the news. But you don't want to be that person watching TV waiting for the next news story to break. So use your ears instead with the free Odyssey app. With this station available on the free Odyssey app, you can get your local news and discover news stations from around the country. And with hundreds of podcasts also available, you can go deep into the topics you care about. Download the free Odyssey app wherever you get your apps to get the news you crave. Your news fix, your Odyssey.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
For breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Hatfield Pork brings flavor to the table the whole family will enjoy and keep you moving through the day. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you can feel good about serving. Explore endless meal possibilities with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground sausage, ham, and bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare, and in the process started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-990-3434. 800-990-3434. 800-990-3434.
Are you looking for a venue for your holiday party, a baby shower, or even a wedding? Look no further. Plan your next event at Riverwinds Restaurant. No matter the reason for your gathering, they'll make it perfect. Just choose the date, and Riverwinds will create a decadent menu that will exceed your expectations. Then enjoy as you and your guests have the event of a lifetime in a beautiful setting along the Delaware River with views of the Philadelphia skyline and the most picturesque sunsets in the area. Visit theriverwindsrestaurant.com today.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing,
together millions of things for our planet. If you get a new tablet or cell phone this year, recycle your old one, either by donation or an e-waste program. When we each share one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Throws for Allen. He's got him far corner. Touchdown, Penn State. History will be made December 30th as your Nittany Lions face the Ole Miss Rebels for the first time ever.
Drills it, end zone, caught, touchdown, Penn State. Theo Johnson from Windsor, Ontario.
Penn State is in the Peach Bowl.
A dominating, wire-to-wire, complete performance.
Hear all the action this Saturday morning at 11:30 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, I was curious, so I did the Google, Mary, and apparently Zuzu. I did the Google. I went to the interwebs. Apparently Zuzu from It's a Wonderful Life, they named her after an old-timey brand of ginger snaps.
Yeah, that's something that
That's so on
a
brand.
weird, parent would do today. That's just weird.
Yes. And I should be prepping for the show right now during the break,
why
looking
start
up
now?
something consequential. Well, that's what I figured, right?
Right?
You know,
Yeah.
I'm the one in the class that doesn't do his homework and then just copies off the student next to me. In this case, Mary.
Yes, who did the show prep last night after doing 2 shows, but that's fine. Yeah.
100, and that's what it's like when you and I do the show together. That's what we're learning. We're the pair that gets together to work on the term paper, and you do all the work.
Well, that's typical for, a male-female team in any kind of industry. The woman does the work and the man puts his name on the paper. So, pretty much the way we roll, right?
See, we're just traditionalists. I want to put a positive spin on it. I want to rock the apple cart here. So instead of prepping, because I rely disproportionately on Mary when we're filling in here, I just started looking up worst baby names of 2023. And some of these are absolutely fantastic.
The worst baby names of 2023?
The worst baby names.
Okay, hit me.
A, B, C, D, E, E. All spelled out.
Stop it. Is this the Elon Musk thing that everyone, why are we doing this?
No. This is some mommy blog. There's lots of mom or mummy if you're across the pond.
How do we know if this is real, though? Or this is just made up stuff like Female, Female. Like, I hear that over now. Oh, no, I know someone who knows someone who, that was the name of a baby in the nursery. Stop. So I don't know if that's,
Oh, I 100% believe this. And I'm speaking as somebody who at one point worked in family court. So I see a lot of these kids coming out. I'm sure at least once I've seen a kid with this name, Bacardi.
Oh, my God.
I'm 100% met
I believe
Bacardi.
that. I believe that. That sounds like a teen mom name, and then everybody names their kid that, But
Burger, this was the backup name for Anthony. His parents were going to name him Burger. Good thing they decided.
That's true.
Yeah.
I wonder if you see some names in family court more than others just because of the name, and it's just kind of like fits a pattern. But like, did you see some people at like the grocery store who are checking people out, and they have like a weird name, and one of them I'll never forget was UNIQUIK. So I said, "Oh, Uniquick. That's different, and you're going to wear a name tag for the rest of your life because any resume that comes across someone's desk, you're never going to get a job." It was unique. It was supposed to be unique, not Uniquick.
Oh, my God.
So hit me with some. What are some more? I want to hear more.
I'm just imagining that sounds like a drug in one of those commercials you see on television. And Uniquick is supposed to, I don't know, help you with some horrible chronic disease, but they're selling it by people dancing in a meadow. But and they're doing the FDA disclosures they have to, telling you all of the possible side effects. So you're watching someone play frisbee with their dog in this beautiful meadow, and this could cause brain hemorrhage, rectal bleeding. You may start seeing 6 of yourself in the mirror. you may begin communing with the dead. And it's completely jarring, right? Because it's not what your eyes are seeing.
Big Pharma, baby. Let's go.
Uniquick, it gave me my life back. Oh, yeah, some of these are absolutely awful. And a lot of them I notice, which shouldn't surprise us given the new generation, they relate to brands. Apparently Athleta is a big name right now.
Okay.
Athleta, like the brand?
Yeah, but they're pronouncing it Athleta because I guess they don't want to make it too on the nose.
That's my girlfriend used to work there. That's so stupid.
Zebedee is apparently popular right now, as is Azil, who I think Azil was the villain from Ghostbusters.
Zebedee sounds like Zippity Doodah. That just sounds a little bit too close to Zippity Doodah. Zebedee? That sounds like an old-timey name, doesn't it?
It does sound like an old-timey
Like
name.
an Amish name.
That's right. You should be churning butter with a name like that for the rest of your natural life. Fixing
Zebedee
wagons.
was the father of James and John, 2 disciples of Jesus. It's a religious, it's a name out of the Bible.
Is it out of the Bible?
No, I'm lying to you right now. I just made that up. Yes, the father of James and John, 2 disciples of Jesus.
See, that's why you're so good, Mary, because you said that with such confidence. And I'm a Catholic, so we don't read the Bible. So I'm like, wow,
of course, so am I. That's why I had to look it up.
That sounds authoritative. I think I remember that from Catholic school.
I don't remember from Catholic school, but
and some of these are older. Maud.
Okay.
Yeah, Faye, who I think was the announcer for the airline in the show Wings that was on in the 90s. So some of these are more traditional names that are making a comeback, but lots of extra consonants where they don't need to be. Like apparently now Jackson with 2 X's is popular.
Okay.
Well, see, that's why I said like Parker or Jackson. I could see all those kind of like just Brady Bunch type names, but modern.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of 12-10 babies coming up, Anthony, that are just Stalker as a first name.
Oh, my goodness.
Would not be shocked.
I can't. Could you imagine the marketing around that if someone names their kid Stalker?
There's a lot of talk over in the comments on YouTube right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, by the way. Make sure you hit like, about a substitute prize you mentioned earlier, Anthony.
Yes,
that,
I said
we have a prize this week.
Yes, putting you out of your misery.
And everyone's suggesting prizes. I'm sure if you name your kid Stalker, Greg will find a prize for you.
That's true. Yeah, you will find something.
You might get a sponsorship. You know how people get paid to drive around with a billboard on their car? If you name your kid Kayal and Company, I'm sure, God, I don't know what. Greg will probably put your kid through college, courtesy of Odyssey. I can't make any promises, by the way, in case legal calls. This does not constitute a promise. I'm simply stating that I bet Greg would do it.
I'll
we'll
take
run that up
too, just so you know.
Yeah.
On the record.
I just love that you're getting behind the put me out of my misery contest. Someone just gets to come in and like beat you, hold a pillow over your face, whatever,
Shameless, whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever gets people tuning in, We're capitalists around here, as Greg always reminds us. So I'm not above anything. Again,
no,
make
I'm not
sure
an employee, so I'm above it.
That's Mary's like $10.99.
Exactly.
No one's hitting me. Remember, make sure you hit like. We're already at, I think we're at 53 likes. So we're on our way.
We could do better than that, people.
Yeah, pump those numbers up.
Come
Yeah.
on.
Be a friend, tell a friend at 1210 WPHT. Yeah.
We
check
were
it
over
out.
100 the other day.
Yeah, we could get there. Come on.
Yeah.
You know why there's not as many? It's because Greg is just so shameless in his begging for likes.
He does it. Yeah, I don't do it enough
It's
when he's
almost
out.
uncomfortable a little bit, like it's almost a little, a little smarmy, I'm just like, oh, okay.
A little smarmy.
Right? It's a little desperate when he does it. There's a little of that smell of desperation around it. So you're much better at it, Matt. I would like to say that, number one.
Well, maybe I'm not. Maybe I need to be more smarmy about it to get people to do it.
I don't think that's your brand. I think that's Greg Scream Smarmy. Just saying, that's just not your brand.
Oh, this is the last time Greg's asking us to do anything. It was your fault, Stalker. You saw it coming. Joan says we should be at 100. I agree. Usually by the end of the show, we're at 100, but we should be at 100 right now.
We're in the middle of a segment.
And by the way, Greg loves us because we talk about him so much.
Is that what it is?
Of course. My God,
I
feed
don't
the
like Trump.
beast.
I like Trump. I hate Biden. I don't like Biden.
I'm convinced he's one of the people on YouTube right now. I think he's got a burner name. I know that's a popular conspiracy theory among the audience. I wouldn't put it past him.
Well, if someone's on there saying, hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, then you know that he is.
No.
Yeah, they were monitoring the numbers yesterday in the chat, and I was like, oh, who's in the chat? Who's monitoring the numbers?
My favorite candidate is the guy whose name is not Greg Stocker. I'm thinking that
is there somebody on there who is literally not Greg Stocker?
Using my incredible powers of deduction, I think that's a leading suspect.
I'm going to go on there and be Nick Kayal and just see what happens.
That's what passes for fun here in the mornings, folks. By the way, so we're talking about my self-loathing this morning.
Yes, it is all about you. Go ahead.
It is. This is all about me. Mary, you know what? One of the things
that was not in my show prep, by the way, for you.
One of the things I love about you, your priorities. They're always correct. You've always got your priorities correct. Someone who's more of a mental patient than I am, John Fetterman. Daily Mail today, right? You have to sometimes cross the pond to get the good news. Apparently, he's saying now that both sides want me dead. Have you seen this article?
Yes, I sent it to you.
Yeah, it's strange. It's that. See now this is the problem with Mary right there, Anthony. So I try to make it casually, like, oh, Mary, have you seen this? I know Mary sent it to me. I'm trying. You promised me, Mary, that I could sign the term paper. And now I sat there on the bed listening to music while you did all the typing, and now at the last minute, Mary's like, you know what? I'm not sure I'm going to let Matt take credit for this with our professor.
Yeah, I'm out of here after this show, so all bets are off.
Ruthless. I love it. But check this out. John Fetterman is now saying the left and right want him to die. He's claiming that being less progressive and backing Israel has led to more critics rooting for him to get another blood clot. That's a little dark. Here's the quote. What I have found out over the last couple years is that the right and now the left are hoping that I die. There are ones that are rooting for another blood clot. It's just a place where I'm not. I don't feel like I've left the label, referring to the Democrat Party. It's just more that it's left me. Now, a little bit dramatic, right, from John Fetterman, and we know that he's someone, and I'm not trying to be cruel or funny here, we know that he has grappled with mental illness. So sometimes I think you need to take some of his more dramatic pronouncements with a grain of salt, because he might just be having a dark day. But I think we talked about this on Friday, Mary. I don't buy any of this. I don't think there's anybody on the left that, quote-unquote, wants John Fetterman to die. I know that there are some wacky elements out there right now in our country that are pro-Hamas. I think they, even on the Democrat side of the aisle, are probably a decided minority. However, I think this is all part of John Fetterman's act. I think he is saying that both sides don't like him because he is trying to reposition himself as a centrist in Pennsylvania at a time when, as you pointed out in our first hour today, it appears the GOP in this state has some momentum, increasing their registered voters while Democrats are losing them.
Yeah, and the thing that bothers me the most about this, and I think we talked about this last week as well, I don't remember, it all just blends together, it's a big blur, but I have found myself agreeing with John Fetterman like 5 times in the last 3 weeks. And it just is making me just, rethink all of my choices in the past. Like, maybe I'm an idiot, which, there's a real good standing. There's a lot of people who would stand up and say, yes, you are. But I think what he's talking about is the far left of his party. I mean, he has been trolling the heck out of them. And I love a good troll. I thought Donald Trump is like ace level trolling. That man is above. He's far above. He's a professional troll, and he knows how to do it so well. He is, but I gotta give Fetterman props, because Fetterman, with the Israeli flag, walking around the Hamas protesters outside of Congress and just walking around. He wasn't walking, he was lumbering. Yes, we did talk about this, because we talked about he was the definition of lumbering.
Yes.
Right? He wasn't walking, he lumbers, right?
He kind of lurches as he's ambling around.
Right. He's like a bear coming out of hibernation, right? And it's kind of like a little unsteady.
Leaving his cave after a long winter.
Right. But it's hilarious. And those people who are out there, first of all, I think they're paid protesters. That's number one. But they're very angry young people. They're low on intellect, high on emotion, and they're the anger is turned up to 11. So they're very dangerous people. So I can see where he's probably getting threats from that group of people, because they're definitely not right. So I can see that maybe where he's getting the complaints from. And of course, he's got the pictures of all the hostages on the wall outside of his Senate office and everything. So he's definitely doing a lot of trolling, which I totally love. So is he getting it from both sides? Yes. But you make an excellent point. So write down this day and time. You just made an excellent point about
We're just going to end the show right now.
We should just go out on a high note.
Yes.
But Pennsylvania moving to the right, you know, with people moving their registrations from Democrat to Republican and flipping them over. That is an excellent point. And I wonder if John Fetterman, even though we joke about, you know, oh, he's a dummy, he's not there, well, all this other stuff, he may not be that dumb.
Or at least someone advising him is not that dumb.
Well, maybe so. But here, his wife, who I think is running the whole show anyway, but he's reading the tea leaves. And he is saying, oh, maybe I got to be a little bit more moderate in Pennsylvania. So I think maybe that may be going on as well. So kudos to you, Matt. Look at you.
What a great way to go out on a break. Matt Rooney and Mary Walter, who's admitted I made a good point, here filling in for Kayal and company. Yeah, pat on the back there for me. Let's take a quick break so that I can just bask in the glow of Mary's endorsement, and we'll be back with more on 1210 in just a sec.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. It's the Saturday Night Free-for-All. Starting at 7 p.m., Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is live and local with Michael Pelka from 7 to 10 p.m.
Idiots are everywhere. You can't swing a cat without hitting an idiot these days. And I'm not endorsing cat swinging.
And Jimmy Fallon, 10 to midnight.
We have a White House where someone is capable of getting anthrax inside and wouldn't be capable of finding out who committed the crime.
The Saturday Night Free-for-All. Listen this weekend. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Allen Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid. And just seeing my dad, seeing the look on my dad's face.
And my dad set this up. This was actually a Christmas gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. If you haven't come see it, see it. It's amazing.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 25th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
This is Larry Steinhauser of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what investor schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Rich Zeoli.
For God's sake, we don't need Rich's running commentary during a live news event. Just shut your pie hole for once. Geesh, what has the station devolved to? Here's the thing. My show, my rules. If I want to talk over this, I'm talking over this. Marcus Aurelius says, I like Rich's running commentary at the press conference, but then again, I like the smell of bus fumes. That's fair. Thank you very much for listening. We appreciate that.
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
I should really quit while I'm ahead, since Mary endorsed my last hot take.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to dig a little bit deeper here into this whole Fetterman thing, because it bothers me. I think he's trying to pull a fast one on the people of the Keystone State, and let's take a look at this. There's a website called Progressive Punch, Mary, and it's one of these websites that rates politicians based upon their votes. How progressive are they? How conservative are they? And if you look at Fetterman, he's got a 96% progressive lifetime score from being in Congress. That's worse than, worse from our perspective is not progressives. That's worse than Bob Menendez, Mark Kelly out in Arizona, Tammy Duckworth. He's definitely at the more liberal end of the United States Senate. And this goes back to the point I was trying to make a minute ago that, yes, he's apparently offended by young Democrats who are pro-Hamas and are calling for genocide. That's awesome, right? Ideally, everyone would be anti-genocide, but I don't think we can allow, we as the public, we can permit John Fetterman to now pose as some sort of centrist simply because he's against violence towards Jewish people, which is apparently what he wants us to believe.
Yeah, but it's not just that. It's the border, right? He's not for the open border. So there's other things that have happened lately that I'm like, I agree with that. I agree with that. So it's been a couple of things lately. So I don't know whether he's coming out of the stroke. I don't know what's happening.
As his brain is forming new pathways, all of a sudden he's not as wacky as he was before. Well, the border is another interesting topic where plenty of Democrats are now revisiting their prior opinions, whether or not it's a genuine conversion or if they are simply looking at the polling, they're watching what is unfolding on TV as these caravans of thousands of people lumber like Fetterman towards the border to enter our country without the proper permissions. I guess I'll let you be the judge, but back to an article at the Daily Wire out this week. Apparently there was a new record in November, 250,000 border encounters, reported border encounters in a single month. Never had that many before. And you have Democrats, to my point, that are now speaking out. There's one mayor from down in Texas who's a Democrat, Rolando Salinas. He's from Eagle Pass, that was recently quoted as saying that his town has been slammed with thousands of illegals. It's just an unfair, unethical situation. We feel ignored by the federal government. That's not Matt Rooney. That's not Mary Walter. That's not a Republican saying this in elected office. That's a Democrat. So, as we head into 2024 and voters have to make a decision as to who they trust to address these problems, who do you put your faith in? Do you put your faith in politicians that have consistently called for an end to the chaos down at our southern border with Mexico? Or are you going to believe that suddenly Democrats are going to do something about it, particularly since, and I heard our buddy KJP the other day complaining that it's Republicans' fault. They haven't done anything about the border, Mary. Joe Biden had 2 solid years with your gal Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House, Chuck Schumer as the head of the United States Senate, and he was in office where they could have done something. They could have passed this comprehensive reform they keep squawking about. They didn't do it when they had a chance. They're trying to pass off ownership of it now, but Joe Biden owns this problem, and I think some Democrats like Miscellaneous and Fetterman, they're running for the exits. They don't want to be tied to it.
So here's the thing. This is about I think about the census, and I've said this before. This is about replacing bodies in cities, blue cities. Well, most cities are blue across the country to make up for the Americans who are fleeing these cities and these states for red states, because they're losing representation in the House. You know, the last go round, California lost them, Texas gained 2. You know, so there's been this shifting. We're self-segregating in this country. You know, you don't have to worry about states seceding because people are literally physically picking up and moving to a state that whose values more readily mirror theirs, right? So that's happening. So what do? You replace them. You bring all these people in. You've got a caravan heading to the United States right now that they say will probably be up to 15,000 people. And they know that once they get in, they're not going to be sent back. We know they're not going to be sent back because if Donald Trump gets in and he tries to send these people back, we'll have AOC out there again screaming, oh, it's so inhumane, the children and all this other stuff. But they don't care about the children that are dying on the way to the border. They don't care about the children that are being seized by cartels as collateral and then sold into slavery, sex slavery, and otherwise, you know, for working, that are then sent back across the border with these people who pose as their parent, or they're just sent with a note to take me to this address. We don't check who it is. We know that the Biden administration has lost something like 85,000 kids. They don't know where they are.
No clue.
No idea where they are. So who knows? We could have paid, the taxpayers paid to deliver these kids to drug traffickers, to be mules, to sex traffickers, to be sold into some kind of slavery for working. We have no idea.
Yep.
Right?
At least when Barack Obama was president, we knew they were in cages.
Exactly.
Now we have no idea where 85,000 kids are.
Yeah. So we're going to prevent them. The Democrats, the same people who are complaining about this now because it was okay when it was in Texas and they had to deal with it, when the ranchers in Arizona had to deal with all of this, it was perfectly fine. Now that they have to welcome them into their sanctuary city and give them the housing and the food and the clothing and everything else that they promised them because it's compassionate, suddenly their compassion has run out.
Meanwhile, we have the equivalent of the city of Pittsburgh crossing the border every month.
Mm-hmm.
How anyone thought that was going to end well, I couldn't tell you. But I do have a little bit of good news for you all. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
Okay.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? We have a bunch of stuff. More than you would expect on a slow week.
There's no off week anymore.
Yeah, and you guys really teed me up there for a bunch of the migrant stuff. So let's start there. This is just going to be audio. This is AOC. We keep talking about AOC. She breaks down her take on the invasion at the border and all of the issues around it and how it's being reported. This is cut 5, Phil. Go.
So often people want to say, why aren't you talking about the border crisis? Or why aren't you talking about it in this way? Well, we're talking about it. They just don't like how we're talking about it. Because it's not a border crisis. It's an imperialism crisis. It's a climate crisis. It's a trade crisis. This is not a surge. These are children. And they are not insurgents. And we are not being invaded. Which, by the way, is a white supremacist idea, philosophy.
Yeah.
Imperialism is making people flock to the imperial country.
Literally.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I mean, I know you guys obviously break this down all the time, but me as a young person, I obviously want everyone, if they want to be in this country, if they want to be successful, I'm happy to have them. That's the whole point of America, but we have to have a system to this. And both parties can't keep doing this finger pointing, thinking one side has it figured out. Nobody's really ever had this figured out. We constantly fight over it. We never get it right, and everyone blames the other side. At the end of the day, we need to just have a regulated system. That's the only way. It's the only way to do this.
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah.
But I love her take on it. It's awesome. But see, do you hear what she says there? These are children. This is what the argument's going to be.
Yep.
We kids in the back, these are children. And then as soon as those children hit 18, those children are now going to chain migrate parents, aunts, uncles, cousins, and everybody else in the village here. And that's the problem.
Yep.
And part of the problem, too, is, I don't know if you saw this, the Center for Immigration Studies shows that illegal aliens and legal immigrants in general use more welfare than native-born American citizens. Illegals using more welfare. They're using more food stamps, more Medicaid, and the earned income tax credit more than Native American households. So
That's not surprising at all. And I always think the unspoken problem here, Anthony, because you correctly point out there's people on both sides of the aisle that are not actively trying to solve this problem in good faith. We just have to be honest about it. The difference between immigration now and 100 years ago is that when people came here 100 years ago, they were generally coming here with an openness to become American. I always remember my grandmother and her siblings telling me that even though they were very proud of their Italian heritage, they were not allowed to speak Italian at home.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're in America now, you're going to learn English, you are proud of this country, we're going to embrace our American identity. We're Italian Americans, but first and foremost, we're American. That's simply not the attitude of a lot of people that are breaking into this country. I'm sorry. It's not about how they're born. It's not about who they are. It's a cultural problem here in this nation. If those 250,000 people breaking across our border were coming here because they were inspired by the American Constitution and wanted to be part of our system, would not be nearly the problem that it currently is. And that's the unspoken truth. You can't say that, right? Because we're supposed to be multicultural, whatever that means. I'm proud of American culture. I'm not ashamed of it. If we had an actual melting pot that was still functioning, then maybe the country wouldn't be in meltdown mode, Mary.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's you're absolutely right. They're just here to take from the system, because America, oh, we're so generous. Joe Biden's going to let us in, and I'm just here to work. They're flat out saying, I want to work, which is not a legit asylum claim, but they don't care because they know they can just walk across the border because it's wide open and they're never going to be sent home. And they're just going to they're going to get free health care. They're going to get food stamps, et cetera, et cetera. And so people who say that, oh, no, they contribute to American society, they're not allowed to have welfare. Not true.
Well, and then this, I think the migration thing and both of your points with what they get and the treatment, all of that, I think that leads people down this path of, oh, I deserve this, and I deserve free housing, and I deserve free health care, and why don't we get X, Y, and Z? And we should all be working in an open market to get what we have, just because that has created the most fair and like consumer-friendly thing. That's the only way we've ever seen it work. So I just don't even think, to what you even said there in the beginning, Matt, I don't think people even realize anymore what America is. Like when your grandparents and your ancestors came here and mine, they understood we were going to a place where we all accepted one another for our differences. That was the whole point. And now look at, we're at a point where,
well, but e pluribus unum, right? That's the key. Out of many, one. You can have your own identity, but what makes us American is not a blood type, being born in a certain particular patch of soil. It's accepting a common set of ideas about this country. We don't have that anymore, and that's why it's no longer working.
Well, turn on the news. You'll watch Fox or you watch MSNBC, and they make you think we all hate each other, and all we do is focus on our differences. The whole point of our country was to come together and realize we are all different, not focus on it.
Well, clearly you're a racist.
Yeah. It's true.
I'm glad you said it, Mary. I was thinking it. Braver than me.
Well, going off that,
play the next clip, bigot.
Yeah. Going off that, this will be cut 13 here, Phil. This is Dave Smith, who's a comedian and political commentator. He's kind of a pretty well-known libertarian, I guess, in general, and he breaks down why we are where we are and how the culture wars kind of stole everything, especially post 9/11. This is cut 13. Phil, go.
This is why Barack Obama is elected, because he was the most anti-George W. Bush thing that people could think of, right? And then Obama comes in and continues all of the Bush policies after running on, I'm going to repeal all of these policies. And then, and look, there was a pivot. It was in 2012. Okay, it was when Obama was running for re-election. And what did Obama come out and say for his re-election campaign? Did he come out and say, hey, look, remember I told you I would close Guantanamo Bay? And I did it. No, he couldn't say that. Did he say I ended the war in Iraq? No, he couldn't say that. Did he say we're not torturing people anymore? Did he say we're not dropping bombs? No, in fact, by this point in 2012, not only had Obama continued the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, he had also launched a stupid regime change war in Libya. He was starting to fund a civil war in Syria. And he had the drone bomb campaigns in Yemen and Pakistan. So what did he say? He's got this base of liberals who he hasn't done anything that he promised. So what did he say? I'm for gay marriage. I'm the first president who's ever been for gay marriage. And they put the White House up with the pride flag colors. And if you go look at it, look, this was a concerted effort from the top. You can go look. There are these nexus charts where you can map out words in major publications. I'm not talking about mom and pop news outlets. I'm talking about the New York Times, the Washington Post, like the big dogs. Go track how many times the word racism was mentioned. And around 2012, it shoots up. Yep. Social justice shoots up. Transgenderism.
Yep. And that's where it's cut there. But yeah, he hits the nail on the head. And I think that's why even I always say America that I grew up in, like it just radically went away, like immediately. Like it all went to we hate each other, like so quickly.
Well, but that's true, and there is a nugget of truth in that clip that Barack Obama threw gasoline on the fire, and you can find it in other arenas too. Like look at my home state, right, Marion, New Jersey, where King Philip the Unaccountable, as Rich Zeoli always calls him, has been actively going after school districts that want to inform parents if their child wants to use different pronouns or use a different bathrobe. That was a front opened by the left. That wasn't a conservative talking point. That wasn't a conservative effort to engage in a culture war. The left continues to push the envelope because they can't win on economics, immigration, the traditional substantive issues. They continue to try to win the cultural war. New Jersey, abortion, right? That's a state where there was a time when Democrats believed in rare, safe, and legal. Now you can get an abortion up until the day the child is born. I don't even think you can call it an abortion at that point. So across the board, Anthony, I hear what you're saying, that these issues are divisive and make us not like each other, but it's the left that's pushing the envelope. They're the ones that, to use the playground terminology, they started it.
Well, I just think whoever those people were that were advising Obama, those are the ones. I mean, they just started that entire, culture that we see, I think, with the left and the right, with how they act now and the social focus on everything.
Well, look at who Obama's advisors were. Where was he when he announced his plan to run for the presidency? He was with Bill Ayers and Bernadine Dorn, two members of the Weather Underground, absolutely far left militant, beyond socialists on the way to communists. Who was his ghostwriter on Dreams of My Father? It was Bill Ayers, right? So look at from where he comes. And I've always looked at Barack Obama as the Trojan horse. He came in saying, I'm going to bring everyone together. I'm going to heal the nation. And he won because a lot of people voted for him, both white and black, because they wanted to vote for the first black president. Which, again, I keep going back to, this is not an 8th grade class presidency. This is the president of the United States. You probably should vote on policy and not for the guy you want to have a beer with, or it would be really cool because he'll be the first black president. But we got what we got. And out of that Trojan horse came a man, I think, whose sole goal was to divide the country. Because if you can divide, you can conquer. If we are fighting against each other, and he went to Colombia, the Cloward-Piven strategy comes out of Colombia, right? Cloward-Piven crashed the social network, crashed the safety net, the economic safety net in a country, and then the government steps in to rescue you from the problem they've created, and then they take everything over. So I think, hindsight 2020, and if you know anything about the evolution of socialism and communism in this country, you see it right in front of you.
Yeah. And I just think ever since then, other people, and I get what Matt is saying. Yes, it seems like they started it, but it almost, the Republicans, they keep sinking their feet in with all of it too. So
Well, because you have to provide a contrast to all of this, right? With
Yeah.
a coherent, like Ronald Reagan used to say, you don't win with pale pastels, you win with bold colors. When you're leading with an apology because you're constantly trying to explain why the other side's calling you extreme, you can't win with that. So I think we need to call this out for what it is. It's the only way back. And back to something we were talking about earlier in the program. And I've seen this in the comments today as well. The future of the Republican Party is with some of these newer immigrant groups. Many of them are coming here for the right reasons. They want to work. Some of them do believe in the American dream. Stop trying to win over the white woke graphic designer in the suburbs who only cares about abortion. They're not coming back, right? I mean, if that's your number one issue and that's all you care about, we probably don't have a message for you right now. And maybe that's what we should say. Maybe that's the way you unite the rest of the country, Anthony, that's tired of just talking about cultural issues.
Yeah.
So may I just say, saying, oh yeah, well they're coming here because they just want to work. That's the reason why you should come here. They're coming here for the right reason. That's not true. Oh, they just want to work. They just want a job. If you want that, if you're coming here for economic reasons, you have to come the right way. You have to come legally. You have to apply. If you're crossing the border illegally and you're applying for asylum, I want to work. I want a better life. I'm an economic refugee. That's not a legal asylum claim. And actually, you're supposed to claim asylum in the first country you get to when leaving your country.
When I say they, I mean immigrants generally, right?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of people that are coming here the right way. This caravan, right, your point's valid.
Right, but we can't allow the left to conflate legal immigration with illegal immigration, and that's what they do. And that's why I think it's super important for us to draw the line, and we can't talk about them in general because they're two totally different groups. There's one doing it the right way, and then there's one who respect our laws, who want to become Americans the way it's supposed to be done, and then we have the other group doing it the wrong way. And one is legal and one is illegal. So I hate when the left controls our language, and I just will not play by their rules.
Well, and now
That's right.
They're getting angry at people on their own side over and over and over again because this is an actual and insane and real crisis, to the point of where Eric Adams, New York City mayor, has been alluding to other terrorist attacks. But regardless, this is going to be cut 9, Phil. He spoke again saying how unsustainable this is and how the migrant crisis needs to end here in New York. They can't have just unannounced buses coming in. This is cut 9, Phil. Go.
We're seeing the erosion of the quality of life that we've improved on in such a short period of time of this administration. And we have been impacted. For many months, we were able to keep the visualization of this crisis from hitting our streets, but we have reached a breaking point. We're no longer able to do that because of the volume in numbers. Just last week, we had 3,900 people that arrived here. We are averaging anywhere from 2,500 to close to 4,000 a week. And if you do the math, you see that's 8,000 every 2 weeks, potentially 16,000 a month that we must feed, clothe, house, educate children, and all the services that you would give a normal adult. And we're seeing that play out on our streets of New York. And that is what the breaking point looks like, what we are experiencing right now.
So this is another guy that drives me nuts, like Fetterman, right? If Fetterman's really making a transition to the center, then, call out your own party, reject your party, because they're the ones pushing in a leftward direction. Eric Adams still hasn't renounced sanctuary statehood, yet he's complaining that the richest city on the face of the earth can't handle an influx of immigrants. If New York City, with 9 million souls and probably more billionaires than any other zip code in the nation, can't handle this immigration influx, then what do you think Eagle Pass, Texas, I mentioned the Democrat mayor there earlier in the program, is speaking out against the administration. How well do you think they're able to handle? That's a small town of 28,000 people. They are completely drowning. Where's Eric Adams' sympathy for them? I'm tired of these leftists, Mary, that now all of a sudden want to pretend they care about the problem. I'm happy they're speaking out, but I also think they deserve a little bit of shame, and there should be more than just testimony that they now recognize the problem. They need to apologize.
Well, all the billionaires moved to Florida, though, Matt.
Oh, that's true. They all live near they all live near Mar-a-Lago now, even though they hate the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, the problem is you're assuming there's a sense of shame, and there is none.
Right.
There is no sense of shame, no sense of hypocrisy, no sense of them being, being fully engaged in a double standard. They don't care. It just doesn't register with them because they don't care. Remember what happened to Eric Adams, though, when he spoke out against the administration and what's happening on the southern border, when he said, we're drowning, we need more money. The first time he did that, he was hit with a sexual allegation, right? Sexual impropriety allegation.
Funny how that happens.
The FBI hit him up on the streets of New York and handed him a subpoena and went through his car and took a laptop and took his cell phones and everything else. That was a shot across the bow. And so Joe Biden will go after his own if he has to. And that's exactly what happened.
No, that's true. It's a very valid point, Mary. It's not just Republicans that are... See, I complimented you because you complimented me. We're getting along too well, though. I'm not sure it's good for radio. I'll leave that to
You know what? I'm coming back on Monday. No matter what they say, I'm coming back Monday.
She will be here from her bunker.
That's right.
But you're right. It's not just Republicans that are the targets, even though Trump is obviously the biggest and most high-profile target. They use lawfare to keep their own people in line. Yep. There's nothing they won't do to enforce orthodoxy.
Yeah, and he says all this when there was giant protests over there at JFK yesterday as well. So they can't escape it. Also, we'll go to cut 2 here. This was CNN speaking with Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson on the same exact issue. As you said, it just continues to seemingly blow up in their face and maybe a little bit of damage control. But this is cut 2. Phil, go.
The technical support that we receive from the federal government, we appreciate that. Work authorization to put people on a pathway to sustainability, I certainly appreciate that. And without real significant investment from our federal government, it won't just be the city of Chicago that won't be able to maintain this mission. It's the entire country that is now at stake. But in no way what the state of Texas is doing is helping the cause. As much as we recognize that there are challenges, significant challenges at the border, and we do need real substantive immigration reform and policies that allow us to have a structure and a pathway to citizenship. But again, sending buses all over the state of Illinois and all over the country is reckless and, quite frankly, is dangerous.
What's reckless is that Democrats, like the current mayor of Chicago, did not speak out for 2 years when Democrats had complete control of Washington, D.C. I said this earlier in the program. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden could have sat down, had a drink, mixed it with their Metamucil, and solved all this. They could have addressed it, but they didn't want to. Why?
Anyway.
Yeah, because of another dirty secret, right? They look at unrestricted illegal immigration as a voter registration drive. I think eventually it may backfire on them, but that's what they thought they were getting. They didn't realize the optics and the problem would get to the point where even blue and purple state Democrats felt like they needed to say something to get reelected.
So I'm going to tell you, I don't think they care. I don't think they care about the optics. They just don't care. They know exactly what they're doing. They're going to do it. Legality, opinions, optics be damned. We're doing this because this is part of the bigger picture. This is part of, if you want to get, really get the tinfoil hat out, this is part of, bringing America down. You can't have America as a superpower. We've got to raise all boats, but by raising all boats, they're going to bring America down to their level. They're not raising the boats. We're all going to live at that level. It's not lost on me that these people coming across the border all have new backpacks. If you look, they've all got new backpacks. Their cell phones are charged. They're dressed pretty. Their clothes are clean. They don't look bedraggled, and, I'm supposed to believe that they walked in those flip-flops from, Peru. I'm not buying it. So...
Oh, I think you're onto something. They are not just coming of their own volition. Something is helping catalyze this beyond just the permissive attitude of the Biden administration.
Well, and I think that all leads to, we talked about last week, the housing crisis and the continue. I think voters in general, especially if this keeps happening with the housing crisis, population issues, town to town, if buses are coming in and there's less and less housing. When it comes to this migration issue in general, I think voters are going to be sick of the absolutism on either end, because we need to sit down. Like, we're a family that isn't talking to each other right now. We all really need to sit down and get to the kitchen table and start talking about this issue and stop pointing the finger.
But isn't that the problem, though, Anthony? I'm gonna push back on you a little bit, my friend. In order, and look, I know this from my world. I'm a lawyer. I'm always negotiating with the other side, depending upon what the case it is. There's some nuances, but the other side has to come to the table in good faith for you to get anywhere. Mm-hmm. And the Democrat Party, and I don't mean every registered Democrat in the country. I think there's at least a few good ones left, right? But the Democrat establishment is not coming to the table in good faith.
Yeah.
They're not. So that's why we can't solve this crisis. We all should be able to agree that this crisis needs to end, but they don't have any interest in solving it.
I just question whether, I think both parties hate each other so much that you're right. I don't think either of them are at good faith when they're at this table right now. So that's, it's just the climate of it. Maybe it's not fair, but I do think both sides are playing dirty and they don't really necessarily try to find solutions. I think they just try to find headlines.
Well, acknowledging the problem now is a day late and a dollar short, and it's already done. So, you wanted open borders, you wanted sanctuary cities. You can't complain now that you got it. And in the interest of full disclosure, I didn't listen at all to what that man said because I couldn't get past the point on the top of his head. I just kept staring at it, right?
He'd be better off wearing a tinfoil hat to cover that thing.
He looked like one of those things that they make on like the fancy pastry shows, and they put the little whoop at the top of it, so that it sticks up when it bakes.
A little bit of icing.
Well, and obviously people are worried. I think not just people, but analysts, when it comes to the Democratic Party, are worried next year when it comes to messaging around the border, and if this continues to happen, and people like Fetterman speaking out. Obviously, they don't want RFK anywhere near, their party debating this. He put out a video last week speaking on his border solution. This is going to be cut 12. Phil, go.
I want to say something about one of the most politically polarizing issues of recent years, the border. I don't think it has to be divisive. I think we actually have a broad national consensus. No one wants chaos at the border. No one wants drug cartels busting migrants in from all over the world whom they rob and exploit. No one wants fentanyl pouring into our country. That's why I don't think I'm saying anything controversial when I say that I will make the border impermeable to illegal immigration. And once we've secured the border, then we can deal with the huge problem that we've inherited from the catastrophic mismanagement of the last 3 years. I'm going to do this with humanity and compassion. The migrants are children of God, just like you and me. We will always remember that as we create an immigration system that welcomes immigrants into our country at a level that serves the needs of our nation and that we can handle humanely. If you resonate with this unifying common sense approach, please help me to get into the White House by making a donation.
All right, we don't need to keep showing his campaign, but I think stuff like that is kind of where we need to start. Whether you like him or not, I think we need to have a conversation around this stuff, and that's Robert Schwartz is in the chat saying that Anthony's reasoning has got us to where we are. I totally disagree. If we keep doing this absolutism and acting like the other side's the devil, we're never going to get anywhere. We're going to stay in this vicious cycle, and we'll let's just hate each other for the rest of the time.
But see, Anthony, this is where you're wrong, okay? And this is what I think respectfully you're missing. Because the other side's business model is division. That's what we're talking about here, right? We just talked about all of these examples of cultural issues, fronts, for example, what Barack Obama did with same-sex marriage that have led to greater division in this country. We didn't do that. The Republican Party didn't do that. Now, that doesn't mean that every Republican leader is a saint. Certainly not. But keep this in mind, too. In these consequential elections, like the one we just had in New Jersey this year, you get maybe 30% turnout. So maybe RFK is correct. Maybe there is a broad consensus in this country. But people like you, I'm not talking about you, but people like you don't vote. They stay at home. They complain that everybody's not getting along and there's too much division. But they allow a far-left Democrat Party, and the people that are actually voting for Democrats are pretty wackadoo. They're not proceeding in good faith to control the outcome. And that's why we are where we are. If people in the middle or people that want more consensus want to have a more united country, they need to get in the game.
I agree with you fully there. Because I think there's too many people that say, oh, well, they need to. What do you mean they? I think most of us, we all have busy lives. We all have a lot to deal with. But if you want to change your community, we need to start on our own level. At the very least, get involved in your town, vote at the very least, if not more.
So here's what I'm going to say. I was listening to what RFK said there. You know, a compassionate immigration system. The United States has a compassionate immigration system. We take in over 1 million people every single year into this country legally. Show me one other country that takes in that many people legally every year. Show me one other country that has a system that is quote unquote compassionate. No, if you want to go to you want to get out of here and you want to go to like an island somewhere, you want to go to the Bahamas, you want to go to these, you have to show that you have, $500,000 in liquid assets in order to even be considered to own property in those countries. Right? We have the laxest and the easiest immigration policy in the world. Does it take time? Could we work on that aspect of it? Yes, we can. But we need a more compassionate system. Shut up. Just shut up about that. I'm sorry.
Shut up, Anthony.
Name me another country where you can walk in. These countries that have the free health care and everything, we have to be more like Sweden. You know what? If you wind up in Sweden and need health care, once they treat you, if you're in the country illegally, they put you on a plane and they ship you back from whence you came and you're done. That's it. The children of illegals are not allowed to go to school in those countries because they're not paying for them. So we have the freaking most ridiculously overly compassionate system on the face of the planet. So Robert Kennedy Jr. sitting there talking about we need a more compassionate system. Go away.
Well, he's just
Stop
saying
it. How
that
much more compassionate can I give? Well, I pay for their housing, their clothing, their medical care, their schooling. Stop it. I hate that. It makes me crazy.
Our good nature is being taken advantage of.
Oh, yeah.
Right. But we need to be more compassionate. Stop it. Our compassion is allowing for child sex trafficking, women being raped on the way here, children being killed, children being lost. We have the largest child smuggling ring in the world happening on our border, and taxpayers are paying for it. How much more compassionate can you get? We're being very compassionate to the cartels.
Yeah. I think that's very well.
Can you tell that struck a nerve?
No, you're right. Yeah,
8:20 is when Mary wakes up. That's what we know. You're 100% correct. The current situation is only benefiting bad people.
Yeah.
It's a great time at the border for coyotes. It's not a good time for anybody that cares about law and order. And these immigrants, we're constantly hearing from the Democrat Party, they care about brown people, right?
Yep.
Where's the evidence of that? Whether we're talking about Philadelphia, which is a shooting gallery, or what's happening down in these border states, I've seen absolutely no evidence of it.
Yep, and I think that's well put. I mean, I've admittedly been an RFK fan, but first of all, very easy for you to say as a candidate, and second of all, of course, you're going to say compassionate when you're saying something. I mean, everyone, even I think Republicans are going to try to say they're humane with it, but we need to have a system that's enforced. But we'll wrap here. This will be our last cut before the end, and we'll save the rest for part 2. Josh Shapiro, who always grinds my gears, so this one will probably get me going. This is Cut 14, Phil. Josh Shapiro just touts and brags and tells us how we're all so lucky to have him and everything that he's done for us in less than a year. This is Cut 14, Phil. Go.
It's been less than a year since I took office, and my administration has a GSD attitude. I want to walk you through what we've been up to, because the truth is, we've gotten a lot of stuff done. When a tanker truck crashed in northeast Philadelphia under I-95, a road that carries 176,000 cars and trucks every single day, we got that road reopened in just 12 days. And we set up a live stream for people to watch the work. When the nation's eyes were on Pennsylvania, we showed that we could do big things again. And then we kept doing them. I'm the only governor in the nation with a full-time divided legislature, meaning one chamber is led by Democrats and the other by Republicans. But we came together, we worked together, and we delivered the largest increase in public education funding.
Okay, let me pause it right there real quick. Someone in his office is wearing a Celtics jersey. Okay, first of all, huge Pennsylvania violation. Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? But I don't need to bore you with the rest of it. You can cut from it. But it's just, oh, my God. I can't with this guy. He thinks he's literally Jesus Christ reincarnated. Maybe this is the second coming of Jesus Christ. It's Josh Shapiro. I didn't know he'd be so handsome.
Wouldn't that be ironic?
Yeah.
I didn't expect Harrisburg to be the new Bethlehem. I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh, my God.
Well, Jesus was Jewish, so there you go. So I guess it does track.
Leave it to Mary to find the silver lining there.
I can't with these politicians, especially, and I think to a point, this is where the moderatism like blows up in my face. He's the perfect example of someone who says the right thing at the right time just for convenience to kind of prop him up to that next level. And he's absolutely what's wrong with politics. He's in front of the camera, absolutely when he has to be, not when he needs to be. He's not out there on K&A and helping Kensington. He's not doing the real things and finding ways to lower grocery prices for Pennsylvanians. And also there was a report that came out this week that he spent thousands of Pennsylvania tax dollars on renovating the governor's mansion and getting new silverware and decor, and I guess they all do that, but it's just
they all do. Yeah.
I can't with this. Just we are the best. I am the biggest and most brightest moderate that's ever lived, and I wish we'd call him out and ask him for more stuff and stop. I hate this complacency with our own leaders.
Well,
it's like we boo our own teams in Philadelphia when they do bad. Why don't we do that with our political leaders? It drives me nuts. I don't get it.
This is a radio show, right? So obviously we're heavily reliant on audio clips. Clearly, right? But ultimately we need to look at their records. That's the ultimate summary, perhaps, to come out of this whole thing. This is the moral of the story. Whether it be Fetterman, whether it be Josh Shapiro, whether it's a Republican on the other side of the aisle, pay less attention to what they say, because the same crew of consultants is advising all of these jokers. Look at what they're actually accomplishing for you. And on Philadelphia alone, the failure of Shapiro's administration to do anything to meaningfully stem the violence in this city, formerly the capital of this country, way back in the day, right? This city used to be one of the jewels in the crown of our young nation,
and now it's the drug crisis center of the country. Probably, I mean, there's a lot of those, but
on the basis of Kensington alone, Josh Shapiro does not deserve to be reelected.
Yeah. So I will give him credit for what he did with 95. I think he should take credit for that. Give credit where credit is due. If I'm trying to be objective about it. But I couldn't get past the cringeworthiness of him trying to be like hip and so cool because he almost said a bad word. You know, like, dude, it was just so cringy. You lost me right at the very beginning. Like,
we got stuff.
I almost said a bad word. You know, like, stop it, dude. I was done then.
Well, between him and Phil Murphy on our side of the river.
Oh God, no.
Lefty nerds are in right now.
Are they?
Phil Murphy is constantly cringe. And he tries to do the outspeak.
Make him in.
Well,
remember, we are New Jersey.
They keep getting elected. Someone likes it.
Listen, New Jersey keeps reelecting him because New York vomited into New Jersey, right? When they fled, when they fled the socialist hellhole they created, they vomited into New Jersey. They couldn't get out fast enough because we had lower taxes and we had better schools, right? And then they came here and they voted for the same crap that they just fled because liberalism is a mental disorder. And it's a religion. And so even though there are parts of some tenets of their religion that they may question every now and then, they still believe that it's the right thing. So they just keep doing it.
And they vote for liars.
And then they're shocked that everywhere they go, wow, this place used to be really great. Has anybody else noticed that it's not as nice as it used to be? And those who have lived here for a long time look at it and go, it's you. You are the problem. But we just pick up and we leave and we go elsewhere.
Look at Colorado. We're talking about Colorado this week. Colorado used to be kind of a lean right libertarian state, reliably voted for Republicans. Now look at it. Where did they come from? California. They ruined that state. Now it's a third world hellhole.
And they're doing the same thing to Arizona and Montana.
Mm-hmm.
Californians just leaving, then they have their whole Turn Montana Blue campaign or Turn Texas Blue. Like, why? If you want to live in a blue state, go back to California. You don't have to do the work. You can just live in your little communist, your little, I don't know, what do they live in? They live in like communes and stuff.
Little communes, yeah.
Yeah. If you're lucky, you can get a Dachau if you're getting good with the government there, and life will be great.
Yeah. Palm trees are about all that California still has going for it. There's not much else to be said. There's actually topic for another time. There's an active movement for Northern California to secede from Southern California.
It's been going on forever. It's never going to happen.
Yeah. I don't know. It's picking up. Well, let's put it this way. It's never going to happen with the current composition of the federal government.
Right, because they need what, 2/3 in order to ratify their statehood.
I think that's right.
It's not going to happen.
Remember, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Make sure you click that like button. When Stalker comes back, if we don't have enough likes, I think we're all in trouble.
Yeah, like and subscribe, please. Thank you.
Oh, yes, I forgot about that, too. You have to hit the subscribe button. We're up to almost 5,200 subscriptions.
Right around there.
Good on us. Here on 1210 WPHT. Matt Rooney and Mary Walter in for Kayal and Company. Let's take a break, and we'll be back with more in just a moment.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich. It's Yoli. For years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. If you have a property at the shore, have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Ever heard a podcast that made you say, wow, they really said that? Risk is the show where people tell true stories they never thought they'd dare to share. Listeners say the show makes them burst out laughing and crying. Good crying. Some say it saved their lives. Surprising honesty. The most jaw-dropping moments that are stranger than fiction. Think you've heard it all? Wait till you hear Risk. Available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Nick, and now is the time to get the vehicle that's been on your wish list with year-end savings from the Piazza Auto Group. For a limited time, get financing as low as 0% for up to 60 months on select new models, like 2024 Mazda CX-5 with standard all-wheel drive from Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading, or the 2024 Tucson and the 2023 Santa Fe from Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. Contact your Piazza Mazda or Hyundai dealer for details, piazzamazda.com and piazzahyundai.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
History will be made December 30th as your Nittany Lions face the Ole Miss Rebels for the first time ever.
Drills it, end zone, caught, touchdown, Penn State. Theo Johnson from Windsor, Ontario.
Penn Penn State is in the Peach Bowl.
A dominating, wire-to-wire, complete performance.
Hear all the action this Saturday morning at 11:30 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Allen Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid. And just seeing my dad, seeing the look on my dad's face.
And my dad set this up. This was actually a Christmas gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. If you haven't come see it, see it. It's amazing.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 25th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Do you let other people order for you at a restaurant?
He'll have the saumon lyonnaise.
No, I won't. Or pick the movie you're gonna see? She'd like a ticket to Attack on Rage Mountain.
Really?
Yeah, come on. So why would you let others make all the important decisions about how your life is going to be when you get older? I mean, is it okay with you if your kids decide where you're going to live? My kids? Are you ready?
Are you kidding?
Or perfect strangers choose who'll be taking care of you?
Not gonna happen.
No, Better visit longtermcare.gov, the trusted information site that helps you find your own path forward without selling you anything. It takes you step by step through everything you need to consider about aging and all your options. Longtermcare.gov. Stay in charge by planning now or pay later.
How about a mohawk?
How about a mohawk?
How about I put my foot right... Oh, hi, honey.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Where do I want to go next?
Matt Rooney and Mary Walter filling in for Kayal and Company. Make sure you head over to YouTube. I'm trying to break Stalker's record for the amount of times I shamelessly promote the YouTube page. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Like, subscribe. It's a lot of fun over there in the comments.
I don't read them.
Yeah, you guys can call me out some more. Go ahead. It's fine.
Are they calling you out?
No, they
this
did.
time?
I like debating though. Like Matt, I don't want to agree with you guys. It would be boring if we all sat here. I agree. Yes, that is correct.
Anybody say that I look like I'm in a hostage video today, or from a closet or something like that?
I didn't see anything
shed,
like that.
You know,
your fired up soliloquy.
Which one? I had two.
It got people going. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, it is what it is. I try to, I hold my fire, and then all of a sudden it just goes. So.
Someone else is saying no lib. They're saying we should kick some of the trolls out. You know. I think.
Well,
I think so long as at least some discussions being advanced.
You mean on the comment section?
Yeah, the comment section or any comment section.
As long as they like the video, do you care?
No.
I mean, let's face it. Let's think the way Democrats would. They're just bringing these people in for the census.
Yep.
You're bringing them in for the likes. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I used to write Eagles articles at one point, and Cowboys fans would comment on it and stuff, and I'm like, hey, you're the one reading it. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's our job to bring people in, you're right, Mary, and get them talking. And we don't always agree with it. You got to follow some ground rules.
Right.
And look, I mean, for what it's worth, Anthony, you're right. You're trying to stir the pot, but you also believe what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I do. I'm not just playing devil's advocate to do it. Like, I do. I mean, I just don't want people to, like, act on this, I don't know, the hate climate that we see today, even though I understand why people feel that way at times. And I feel that way at times. But I just try to not emotionalize it the way that we see on the other side of the aisle.
The only thing I hate about what you just said is the phrase hate climate, because I could see the left now incorporating that.
Yeah, it's true. I started a new buzzword. Yeah.
Mary talked about how they control the language. That'll be the new thing. Oh, you know, Mary Walters perpetrating a hate climate.
She went on Newsmax, yes.
Yes.
Listen, my husband and I both know we're on several lists.
See, I say that and people say I'm nuts, but I feel like we all are.
100%. Although I have to say, when I was working in D.C., we did go to the White House several times and into the White House complex or Congress or whatever. So I have passed several Secret Service background checks. So I can't be that bad, right? Like the list that I'm on can't be that bad.
Yeah, they
right?
didn't think you would be storming the Capitol, so.
You're not. It's like Animal House. You're not on super secret double probation or whatever it was. Remember that they put the entire house on double secret probation.
Yeah.
Right. You're on just single probation.
Well, that's good.
You
That's
can
good
still board an airplane.
Yes.
You don't get audited every year.
Well, no, that's why we have someone do. I'm telling you, it is worth to pay an accountant, even though it costs you money to do that. Ultimately, they'll save you money. And if they make a mistake, they pay the fine. They pay the fees, right? So they do all of that. And they don't come out. If they audit you, they're the ones who are on the hook.
Yeah, I need to do that. I need to do that.
It.
I'm at that
totally
age. I don't want to deal with it. It's the last thing I want to deal with is that.
I'm with you on that. I also think when it comes to taxes, right, you have to be extra careful as a Republican because of these lists. We're joking about it, but it's a real thing. I know Ben Shapiro was interviewed recently and said that he deliberately overpays his taxes every year because he knows, as Mr. Daily Wire, he's got a massive target on his back.
Yeah.
They would love to audit him and embarrass him or worse, so he has to overpay. I mean, what does that say about the state of our country? We're a successful guy. He's earned his money an honest way, right, by creating this little media empire. Has to worry about over-tithing to the government.
So let me ask you a question. Since we're talking about economics, I personally think that if Donald Trump ran on "It's the economy, stupid," just take a page out of Bill Clinton's handbook and make it just about that. It's the economy, stupid. And all he says to people is, "Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?" I think he wins in a landslide. I personally would like to see him stop talking about the election was stolen. They're coming after me because of lawfare. We all know it. I want him to be upbeat. I want him to talk about the future. And I think he wins over independents. I think he wins over a lot of minorities just by asking people, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And there's a new poll out by INI, TPP. I don't know who these people are. But they found that
that's the hardest part about talking about a poll anymore, because they have these acronyms and then there's like 6 different institutions that are in on the poll.
Yeah,
they're all a tongue twister.
Yeah, they found that 58% of Americans surveyed say they are not better off than they were 4 years ago. Only 34% say that they are. Now, I don't know who those 34% are. Only 23% of those surveyed said that Biden is doing an excellent or good job in handling the economy. So to me, this is such low-hanging fruit and such an easy way for Donald Trump to dial back the I was screwed over tour, which I get it, he was, but if he does it too much, he kind of becomes Chris Christie on Chris Christie's Vengeance tour. You know, Chris Christie is on his woe is me, I was never part of the administration, Donald Trump's a mean man, he's not telling us anything about what he's going to do. And I kind of get that from Trump. Listen, Trump was screwed over. That man, he has every right to be bitter, he has every right to want revenge, but that can't be how his campaign should be couched. Don't let the Democrats do that to you. Be positive. I'm gonna seal the border. And the basic question: are you better off than you were 4 years ago?
Res
Simple.
ipsa loquitur, right? The thing speaks for
Look
itself.
at you showing off on a little lawyer education talk there.
That is all I remember from law school. That's it. Don't tell my clients. But you nailed it, right? We are going to have, whether we like it or not, nonstop coverage on television of these sham trials that the former president's being subjected to. You don't need to say anything else about it. Focus on the contrast between you and Biden, because I believe, and I suspect you do too, Mary, that's a lot of what we're seeing in the polls right now. It's regret.
Yep. And here's another great statistic from this poll from the people. I don't know who they are. Only 36% of those aged 18 to 24 say they're better off. That's huge. They're very upset with the economy right now, and I can't blame them. Coming out of college or coming out of high school, trying to go into a trade in this economy is really hard right now. So they voted en masse for Joe Biden, that age group. The young, impressionable, useful idiots voted for Joe Biden mostly as a block. Here's an opportunity for Donald Trump to take a large part of that block away. And I think it works with Hispanics. I think it works with blacks as well. Lower income families, 35% say they're better off. So it's only 1% above the national average.
Wow.
So I don't know anybody who feels they're better off.
Are you better off, Anthony? And I'm not talking about for having got to hang out with Mary and I mean, generally.
I mean, for myself, it's different because I'm younger and I've been coming up in my career. So I guess technically, am I better off? Sure. But at the same time, the cost of everything, like if the cost of everything was what it was 3-4 years ago or when I was in college, I do think I would be better off. And I'm not necessarily blaming that all on Biden. I don't think, I'm not as naive to think as one president changes it all. But clearly it seemed like Trump had a better handle on it than the current administration does.
Well, because Trump was more laissez-faire, right?
Yeah.
That's a valid economic strategy. When you're constantly interfering in the market, you're subsidizing things that are only going to increase in price because you're subsidizing them. Great example of that is what is a major driver of indebtedness for young people? Student loans.
Yeah.
Joe Biden trying to forgive them. What do you think that's going to do?
Well,
it's not going to
the
make
issue is giving them out. They should have never given that.
Exactly.
Sure.
But they're so involved that this is a cancer that's just going to turn into a tumor that can't be taken off. It's
a tumor.
It's a tumor.
Sorry, one of the few movie lines that I can just quote at will.
No, Kindergarten Cop always needs to be revisited.
It's true.
That's a great movie.
And The Atlantic has a really good piece, believe it or not, something The Atlantic wrote that I actually agree with. And they say that the Democrats have what they call a grocery store problem, that no matter how much the left and how much Joe Biden touts Bidenomics and tells us, and they carry his water for him saying, well, inflation is down and jobs are up. Yes. But from the pandemic, but if you just go back to the job you had before, it's not a new job, right? It's just not. So what they're saying,
or if you were working as an engineer and now you're a greeter at Walmart, yes,
right.
On a government statistic sheet, you had a job that's been replaced by another job, but you're not earning $50 an hour anymore. You're earning maybe what, 17, 15?
Yeah. So well, unless you're in California, and then it's 20, but then they're firing everybody. So there's that. But the Atlantic commissioned a poll as well with Ledger, which is a North American polling firm. Never heard of them. And they asked people how they felt about the economy. Only 20% of the people said that they surveyed said the economy has gotten better over the past year. 44% say it's gotten worse. And they said there was a partisan split, but among self-identified Democrats, only 33% said the economy has improved. And when they asked them to pick from a list of what factors they consider when deciding how the national economy is doing, the number one issue was the price for groceries. That was the number one issue. So they've got a grocery store problem. So inflation may be going down. Gas prices are coming down. They're not where they were when Trump was in office, but gas prices are coming down. But I go back to, listen, I buy graham crackers twice a year, and they're graham crackers. They're not a decadent cookie. They're not a fudge covered anything. They're not an Oreo. It's a graham cracker.
The most basic of all cookies.
Right. And I use them for baking around Christmas, and then we use them for s'mores in the summer, right? Almost $6 for a box of graham crackers. That's insane. Yeah. The problem is when grocery prices go up, they rarely come back down. So they'll come down if there's like a chicken flu, and so you don't get a lot of eggs, and they go up when the chickens start laying eggs again, the price will go down. But the price of graham crackers isn't going down that much. This is going to be the new normal. A year from now, when I'm buying them for the summer, I'm probably not going to be as shocked that they're $6 a box because they were $6 a box at Christmas.
Well, this is why I go to like Costco now, because you really do see the savings there. Like I'll pay $5 for eggs at like a normal store, and then I go to one of these, whether it's there, Sam's Club, BJ's, whatever. If you get it in bulk, I could get twice or triple the eggs for the same price.
But how many eggs does one person?
You're right. If you don't have a family, like, and sometimes it stays too long. But then we hit this problem of some people have too much and they're paying less, and then the other people don't have enough and they're paying more, and it's
Yeah, so that's the problem. I mean, seriously, how many graham crackers can two people eat?
It's true. Before they all go bad.
Watch me.
Yeah, but you've got kids, and it's different.
Yeah,
if it's just two people, there are some things we buy in bulk at Costco and BJ's. We'll buy some things in bulk, like canned goods, that type of thing, because my husband's becoming a prepper, which is frightening. And again, don't ask me how many cans of Spam we own. The grocery store problem cuts across every demographic. It cuts into those suburban moms who, in between yoga and I don't know what else, yoga and drinking wine, they go to the grocery store. But they're liberal and they're voting for Biden, but they notice this stuff. So unless you're in the really upper echelons of the economy where it doesn't matter to you, the grocery store problem, again, to me, is low-hanging fruit for Donald Trump.
Well, I've been saying this forever, Mary, and you're hitting on it. It's the Democrat Party has become a coalition of the very rich and the very poor. So people that are just content to live on government cheese, and people who inflation, at least until it gets to the depression point, their Christmas really isn't affected. Yeah, they might not like how much they're spending, but they could go buy 20 boxes of graham crackers for Christmas cookies and still be able to afford dinner and be just fine. It's those in the middle. That's where the Republican Party needs to focus. That's where we claw back as a movement and retake this country. There are times when I think it might actually make sense for this very reason for elections to be held in January, because how you weather the holidays financially may be the ultimate test of how the current regime is performing. The downside would be, in addition to all the Christmas music, we would have to contend with campaign advertising. So that would not be such a good thing.
Yeah, no.
So maybe I should just shut my mouth. Probably good advice for me on just generally.
Well, that's
why I was going to say, and we're back.
Yes. By the way, over in the comments, youtube.com/at1210WPHT, Kenneth says, it's not a tumor, isn't from Kindergarten Cop. It absolutely is.
Yeah, it is, right?
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd bet anything on that.
Yeah, he's wrong.
If we had a movie clip today, Kenneth, you would have to give us a prize. That's how wrong you are.
See, look at that. You're right again, Matt.
That's 3 times today.
I know. You're like Fetterman all of a sudden.
That's right. It was raining this morning. I slipped, hit my head outside, and all of a sudden I'm making sense. We knew it would probably happen.
Good night, everybody.
Have you noticed somebody saying, "Oh, you're smart like Fetterman"? That's a compliment now. Look at how quickly that turned around.
It probably will be an Urban Dictionary if it's not already. Someone who's been wrong forever but all of a sudden starts making sense, that'll be called pulling a Fetterman.
Joe Bin.
Oh, my God.
What did he say there?
He called Joe Biden Joe Bin.
Joe Bin.
Joe Bin.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yeah.
You mentioned California going to $20 an hour.
Yes.
Which, when I think about what I made at my first job, now I know inflation, $20 a day isn't what it was all those years ago. I get it, but that's still a crazy number to start at for a first job, because that's what the minimum wage is, right, Mary? I think this is one of the most misunderstood aspects of it. not supposed to be a living wage. It's the first rung on that economic ladder. It's for a second or third income owner in a home. It's for someone who's maybe a student or they're new to the position and they're not ideally going to stay in that position long if they progress. But that's what the lefties out in California and elsewhere don't understand. By making it $20 an hour, all you're really accomplishing is you're sawing off the bottom couple rungs of that economic upward mobility ladder. And surprise, surprise, California Pizza Hut operators have announced that they are laying off delivery drivers.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's a direct correlation to this looming $20 minimum wage. I guess it starts January 1st?
Yeah, it does.
April of 2024.
April. Okay.
April of 2024.
Oh, so they're just getting ahead of it. I thought it was January.
They're getting ahead of it, and some of them are being offered deals. Like one guy who'd been working for Pizza Hut for 9 years, he talked to Business Insider, and he said he was offered $400 severance if he stayed on staff until his February 5th layoff date. So what they're telling you is like,
Bidenomics.
First of all, am I the only person who doesn't use a delivery service when it comes to pizza and things like that? Like,
well,
that's why
I think those services, that's the only reason they even still exist is because, they'll pretty much deliver anywhere. Because but imagine a small business, too. This is just a big one. A small business impact on this.
But my point is I'm shocked that places would have full-time delivery people, and I think it's the younger generation that is incapable of going to get their food. They have everything delivered. They'll pay the exorbitant delivery fees from like Grubhub and DoorDash and others.
It's not just young people. I used to deliver, and you'll see everyone. Kind of,
really?
But but that was more. I was mom and pop where people called Uber Eats and stuff like that. I do think you're right. It definitely skews younger.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's ridiculously expensive. But I mean, that is one of the reasons I got married because I just send my husband to go get the stuff. Right? And
that's
we save the money.
Yeah, you have an assistant.
Right?
What do you mean? Yeah.
Exactly. Lawn care, auto maintenance, and going to pick up food. He's at the grocery store right now. So
I will admit, I'm going to annoy some people by saying this. There are some modern conveniences. I wonder how we did it before we had them. Air conditioning is one, right? I mean, I grew up with window units. We didn't have central air. I can't imagine having no air conditioning. As a parent, delivery services save me on so many occasions. Now, if you got two parents home, not that hard to run out. But on those days where your wife is working late or something like that, it's a convenience fee. So I get it.
So we've only had air conditioning in our house for about 8 years.
Did you care? I mean, you got it, so you must have wanted it. But was it a big deal for you?
We got it, honestly, for resale. I mean, I grew up, we had it in our house, but my father would only allow it on if we were having company. My father was a big fan of telling us to go outside and sit under a tree to cool off and read a book. So we didn't have it. So if you grow up without it, you kind of get used to it. The humidity is bad, and it really started. We have a lot of antique furniture, and it was really, really taking a toll on the antique furniture, on the wood. That was a problem. But
that is the most first world problem, Mary, I think I've ever heard.
We really did.
The humidity was destroying our antiques.
Well, our antiques are the furniture that nobody else wanted, and it was free, and that's why we started getting them when we were younger. We were first married because it was free and nobody else wanted it. They were going to throw it out, and I'm like, all right, I'll take it, So that's what we have, and so I didn't want them ruined, but. So we wound up putting, and not every room has air conditioning because the house is from 1881.
Right.
Again, look at the beautiful woodwork. Just saying. I
wouldn't know because I didn't get your Christmas card.
That's true.
I sent you a picture of our Christmas card, and it was taken at a friend's house. It was not taken at our house.
You did, and I did a double take when I got this Christmas card.
I told you we sent out great Christmas cards.
That's one word for it.
But so but I will tell you, in the summer, I think this is why our grandparents didn't have a problem with weight, because I would be home in the house and it's 99% humidity out and it's hot, and at night we only had a little fan, just a little fan, fruit, and my husband be like, so what do you think about having for dinner? There's a pork loin in the freezer. I'm like, oh, sweet thing. You're getting peanut butter and jelly or a salad, because I am not turning the oven on in this house. You don't eat a lot when it's really, really hot out. So if you want to lose weight, turn your air conditioner off, and I guarantee you will lose weight every summer.
That is an interesting theory.
That's why I think because we're too comfortable.
But I love me air conditioning.
Of course you do.
Yeah, I always say you can always put on more clothes, but there's only so much you can take off without getting arrested, you know? And so I need...
Some more than others.
I need... Matt Rooney and Mary Walter in for Kayal and Company today, folks. Having more fun than we probably should, but that's the way it goes on 1210 WPHT. Another hour behind us, but we still have one more left. So let's take a break, fill those coffee mugs, and be back to wrap up the show in just a few.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Rich Zioli.
I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. And you're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
The #1 selling brand of chainsaws isn't sold at the big box stores. Find STIHL tools only at over 10,000 locally owned STIHL dealers. Real STIHL. Find yours at stihlusa.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Peter King. It could be a major faux pas for Republican presidential hopeful Nikki Haley. History tells us that slavery was the main cause of the Civil War, but the former South Carolina governor had a different take last night.
I mean, I think the cause of the Civil War was basically how government was going to run, the freedoms and what people could and couldn't do.
Haley's comments came during a town hall meeting last night in Berlin, New Hampshire, and this voter was incredulous at the answer.
In the year 2023, it's astonishing to me that you answer that question without mentioning the word slavery.
What do you want me to say about slavery?
No, you answered my question.
A response was quick on social media, with Republican rival Ron DeSantis saying yikes, and President Biden saying it was about slavery, both on the X platform. The Colorado GOP has appealed the state Supreme Court's decision disqualifying Donald Trump from the primary ballot. CBS's Scott McFarland.
In a social media post, Trump called the legal challenges a pathetic gambit to rig the election, and that Colorado was the only state to have fallen prey to the scheme.
A day after meeting with U.S. officials, Mexico's president has just said that the U.S. has agreed to keep border crossings open, a bone of contention for Mexico. Several key rail crossings had been shut down because of the high numbers of migrants arriving at the border. Israel says its next war could be against Hezbollah in Lebanon if diplomatic pressure doesn't stop Hezbollah attacks across the border. The BBC's Yolanda Nell is in Jerusalem.
There's been this warning now from Benny Gantz, who's a member of the War Cabinet. He's also a former Israeli military chief of staff, saying to the Lebanese government and to the international community, if more isn't done to rein in Hezbollah, push it away from its positions close to the border, then Israel will be forced to act.
The woman at the center of a sensational tabloid-type drama is out of prison.
Gypsy Rose Blanchard, who is now 32, persuaded an online boyfriend to kill her mother after she forced her to pretend for years that she was suffering from serious illnesses, including leukemia and muscular dystrophy. The case sparked national tabloid interest after reports that Blanchard's mother, Claudine, who was killed in 2015, was essentially keeping her daughter prisoner, forcing her to use a wheelchair and feeding tube. Gypsy Blanchard was, in fact, perfectly healthy. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Denver Nuggets forward Aaron Gordon is out indefinitely, not because of a sports injury, but because of dog bites on his face and his right hand, his shooting hand. Nuggets say the bites required 21 stitches. Gordon is in good condition. Ahead of the opening bell, S&P futures are down 2. This is CBS News.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
CBS's Jennifer Kuiper says there is a new development in the case of the YouTube mom accused of child abuse.
Jody Hildebrandt, the Utah mental health counselor arrested alongside parenting advice blogger and mother of 6, Ruby Franke, has pleaded guilty to 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. Hildebrandt was Franke's business partner. Franke's 12-year-old son escaped from Hildebrandt's house in southern Utah on August 30th and asked a neighbor to call police. He was thin and wounded. The 2 women were arrested at Hildebrandt's home. Hildebrandt's attorney, Douglas Terry, says his client did not want Franke's children to have to testify.
It is her main concern at this point that these children can heal both physically and emotionally.
Each charge carries a prison sentence of 1 to 15 years. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Mississippi's health department says it's put a large number of medical marijuana products on hold while they're retested for pesticides and other toxins. So far, no illness is reported. I'm Peter King, CBS News.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. If you're a dad who is facing divorce, there are extra layers of stress that may include stereotypes and assumptions. No 2 situations are the same. Our legal experience and dedication prepare us for whatever legal challenges we face together. For more than 30 years, Cordell & Cordell has represented men in divorce.
Offices in Philadelphia, Radnor, and Allentown, Pennsylvania, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. Michelle Ferrari, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Online at CordellCordell.com.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house, they transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Throws for Allen. He's got it. Far corner. Touchdown, Penn State.
History will be made December 30th as your Nittany Lions face the Ole Miss Rebels for the first time ever.
Drills it. End zone. Caught. Touchdown, Penn State. Theo Johnson from Windsor, Ontario.
Penn State is in the Peach Bowl.
A dominating, wire-to-wire, complete performance.
Hear all the action this Saturday morning at 11:30 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Win a luxury 2024 Lexus SUV during the $1.2 million Polar Payout at Borgata. Now through February 24th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance to win. 2 lucky players will take home a 2024 Lexus SUV. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on January 27th and February 24th. $1.2 million Polar Payout. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From Essington to Cochranville. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
Good morning, ladies and gents. Matt Rooney and Mary Walter in for Nick Kayal and the rest of the company this morning on 1210 WPHT. If you're just joining us now at the beginning of hour 4 of 4, welcome. Hope your day's off on a great start. We will try to do nothing to make it any worse. We'll hopefully help get you off on a great start this fine morning as the year 2023 rapidly comes to a close and 2024 dawns, which
can't believe it.
I know it's absolutely crazy, and I said this yesterday, filling in for Mr. Zioli. I view it with some dread, to be completely honest with you, even though I'm a political nerd and I love elections generally. To a point Anthony Dorenzo made earlier on today's program, we know it's going to be so nasty, so ugly. It's going to be absolutely brutal. There's going to be friends and family blocking each other on social media again. It's something we have to go through, and we have to win this because the future is riding on it. But I can't pretend to be jazzed up about it, Mary.
No, this is going to be, and I hate to say it because I feel like we say it every 4 years, it's going to be a pivotal election. I really, really believe that. And I think I have friends. Listen, I have friends. Like I said, my husband's becoming a prepper. Kind of weird. He bought a go bag for the cats, which I thought was hilarious.
I have questions. Finish your thought, but I have questions about this.
No, but I do. I have friends who are very, very, very well off, and they just put their entire farm, is what they call it, on the market. And then they're going to even do we're going to ask a ton of money for it, and then they put it on at an auction, and the auctioneers come in and they have a basement, a bottom that they'll accept for it, but then it usually goes above that because they fear what's going to happen when Biden comes in. So they're afraid they're selling now while they can get money for it. And they're just going to rent a place for a year or two and just hang out, putting all their stuff in storage. And that's how much they worry about what's going to happen if Biden gets in.
And when you say they worry about Biden getting in, you mean if Donald Trump loses and Biden gets another 4 years, what's going to happen to the country?
Well, yeah.
Okay. All right. Because, I mean, look, obviously I'm not happy about it. All you have to do is tune into the radio whenever you or I are on. Not too enthusiastic about the direction Joe Biden's taking us. But I'm curious as to what is specifically motivating preppers. There's a USA Today article out that reports that the past year, nearly 40% of millennials and 40% of Gen Zers are joining the trend. So it's not just people in middle age or who are older who are sitting at home watching Fox News and stocking up on dry goods and other things you might need if the world goes to a literal hell in a handbasket. It's younger people now that are deciding they need to be prepared. I guess maybe it's what they're experiencing living in cities like Philadelphia, where it is starting to feel like Road Warrior, depending on the day and where you are.
Yeah, and it's also the left and the right. Like, the left likes to paint the right as all these crazy people who, are going to live off the grid and all this other stuff. But I don't like that they're moving us to everything has to be electric. Everything has to be one source. During Hurricane Sandy,
that's a very good point.
Right, everything was wiped out during Hurricane Sandy, but the gas was still on. They didn't turn the gas off, which I was kind of shocked they kind of didn't. I thought, honestly, it was a little bit of a mistake.
Well, Christy didn't want to miss a meal. That's what it boils down to.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Well, no, the house across the street from us, came right through the house, and it ripped their gas meter off the house, and you could smell it. You could smell it, and you could hear the hissing if you went in the street and you walked up their driveway, you could hear the hissing. And so we called the gas company, and they're like, well, of course, we're not coming out. And we're like, yeah, no, we know that, but could you turn the gas off maybe to that house? They're like, well, no, we can't. So they told us, I kid you not, just sleep on the other side of the house away from that side. That, on hand to God, true. That's what they told us to do.
Just in case it explodes.
Right.
Oh, my God.
Right. And my husband's like, well, if it does, at least we'll have light and we can read. I was like, well, okay, there's the upside. He's
That's
so practical.
insane.
Yeah, that's what they told us to, just move to the other side of the house, and close the shades and curtains and that type of thing on that side of the house in case it goes boom. But I don't like that they're moving us to one type of fuel only for everything, and it's so easy to turn off.
Well,
that really bothers me.
Well, that's
I
not
mean,
even, people will be like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist because they can turn it off. Okay, that's one thing. They can. That's just a fact. That's not a conspiracy. They can turn it off. And second of all, our electric grid cannot handle it. We need to repair the electric. If you want to do all these things, let's put out a plan of repairing the electric gear and finding a way to make that sustainable. I don't care if that's the goal, but jumping there and putting in these laws by 2035, it's ridiculous. It's
Need
insane.
more nuke plants.
Yeah.
The answer's simple.
And then
Nuke
they
plants.
hate the guy that made all this possible in Elon Musk. So it makes no sense. And I agree with you. We do need nuclear plants, but that's another thing, even in the scientific community, that's controversial to say because even though it's the truth. And yeah.
Well, they can't get away from their 3 Mile Island experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're scary. Nuclear plants are scary. No, it's actually the cleanest and most reliable,
when it's done right, yeah.
Form of energy we have out there. And that's why European countries, normally we're speaking of hypocrisy, right? The left loves to point to Europe for social policy, for immigration policy, for a variety of things. Europe is rapidly turning to nuclear energy. And why are they doing that? Well, because they've been overly reliant on Russia. So some of them are realizing, maybe the despot Moscow is not a reliable partner when it comes to keeping the heat on and the electric on during the winter months. So it's a no-brainer, but, we're talking about the left here.
I will say that the tsunami and Japan and that nuclear power plant experience didn't do a whole lot for making people feel safe about nuclear power. Not that I'm expecting a tsunami, but I'm just saying when things go wrong, they go really wrong.
No, that is true. It is true.
So.
And that, of course, was a perfect storm scenario, right? I mean, knock on wood, usually tsunamis and earthquakes and all that other nasty stuff don't happen at the same time, right in the same spot where there happens to be a nuke plant, thank goodness. But the technology's it did in that scenario. But, look, it's like anything else. You can find a horrible example anywhere on the planet to try to discredit almost any technology, any strategy. There's no such thing as a sure thing on this planet of ours. We live in an imperfect world. But, I mean, what's the alternative, right? Rolling blackouts, an unreliable power grid, the impact it's going to have on our economy.
Well, it doesn't have to be one or the other. Why can't we have a hybrid? It's just like making everyone go to electric cars. Why can't you own a hybrid? I have a hybrid that runs, I fill up the tank, but I can get over 600 miles on a tank of gas in my hybrid because, the engine, with the braking and everything, it creates, charges the battery, that kind of stuff. So it's a little bit of both. But, getting back to these preppers, it's so funny to me because it's always been the right that has been painted as the crazy people who are prepping, in case of, doomsday scenarios. But on the left, they're worried about President Trump. And if there's any kind of disaster, that he'll botch any kind of humanitarian response from the government. Because, it's the government's job to meet all of your needs in case of a disaster. And so they're prepping themselves to survive without government assistance during disasters. Whereas on the other side, it's people who don't believe in the government having to solve your problems and are self-reliant who are prepping themselves in case, but they're more prepping themselves for a government-made disaster as opposed to a natural disaster.
There you go, Anthony. You're always looking for common ground, my friend. A lack of confidence in government. There's your thread.
We all hate government. We should get behind that. That's one thing we all most of us do. I was watching a debate recently, and it was people who are capitalists versus socialists, and they pretty much all agreed that they hate the government and the government intervening. So it almost makes no sense the way that the other side talks about
it doesn't, because socialism doesn't work unless it's imposed, right?
Yeah,
People aren't going to naturally opt for that system. So, I mean, look, socialism, I talked about this back during Thanksgiving. I bring it up every year. Socialism nearly destroyed the Pilgrims.
Yes.
Because they were propping up lazy pilgrims. They were sitting around with their cute little hats and their pilgrim outfits, not working, not contributing. There were food shortages. When they decided to switch to a free market hybrid economy, and by the way, you didn't get fed unless you worked, all of a sudden, thriving. Now, of course, you don't get that story from the public school institutions and from the institutions of higher learning, quotation marks there if you're not watching over on YouTube, because clearly I'm being sarcastic. There's nothing higher about higher education in this country. They would have you believe that just the noble Indians came and saved the Pilgrims. Not the case. The Pilgrims, in some ways, were the original preppers. They decided we need to be responsible for ourselves if we want to survive. So maybe, I'm trying to think of things through the lens of my pal Anthony here, who's looking for common ground, wants to bring the country together. I think that's how you'll be remembered, Anthony, by the way, many years from now when you're no longer with us. There'll be a statue of you down in the lobby, the great uniter.
I try.
Maybe this is an opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, trust me, I think so many people are misled at this point in time, especially when it comes to how government is run. But, I do think it is good that more people are concerned about government. I'm hoping that will eventually lead us to a better place than we are at now.
Did you see what's happening down in South America? If we're talking about developments on the government front, who was the recent hero, Mary, that was elected down there?
The guy Milei.
The Argentinian.
Yeah, Javier Milei, I believe it is.
Yeah, Javier Milei is taking a hatchet to government. He's following through on his promises. It's been reported that thousands of bureaucrats are being laid off.
Which is fantastic. And here in this country, we have Joe Biden giving federal workers a 5.4% pay increase, because of inflation. I'm like, wait, dude, you created the inflation. So what do you think this is going to do? Because my taxes are going to go up to pay for the pay increase that you're giving to the federal workers. But he's buying votes with our tax money. It's the largest pay increase since Jimmy Carter did it.
This is how you know we've gone off the rails, when the president of Argentina is making small government reforms, is on the right track economically, and we're going in the opposite direction. We should not be to the left of Argentina, folks. I hope we can at least, we're talking about common ground this morning, I hope we can at least agree on that. So good on Javier for doing what politicians rarely do, which is following through on their promises.
The silver lining in all of this, if I may, it could be that maybe Americans will start going the other way, and we'll pass the caravans on the way up and go, "You're going the wrong way, dude."
That's right.
Turn it around.
Didn't they make one of those ridiculous global warming movies about that, where everybody was fleeing south across the border because they were trying to escape global warming? I
would think maybe if the Yellowstone volcano blows, I can see that happening, but global warming, I don't know, because I think that would be global.
It's in the title.
Yeah, so I think that would be like, I don't know where you're gonna go.
Yeah, right. I think that's kind of how it works. But what do I know? Head over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like button. Hit subscribe. You're safe from global warming over there. We are plowing through Hour 4 or 4 here on Kayal and Company. Matt Rooney and Mary Walter doing our darndest to fill in. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we've got a couple more segments, and we also have, in the near future, round number 2 of What's on the Cut Sheet. You're not going to want to miss it here on 1210 WPHT.
Rich Zeoli.
Senator Rand Paul joins me. It's amazing that we have the FBI working like this with big tech and the corporate media to suppress things like you going after Anthony Fauci over gain-of-function research and the lab leak.
Without question, Elon Musk is right. It is true. They became an arm of the government. They essentially became the censorship arm of government. My job would be a lot easier if I could find an honest progressive who remembered that they used to be big defenders of the First Amendment.
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. They use significantly less energy than regular bulbs. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Greg with Kayal and Company this holiday season, and hopefully it's a relaxing one. All your wishes are coming true on FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. I love the FanDuel app. It's so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and so much more. All you have to do is use my promo code Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT, and he's the official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after your receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
In the Pennsylvania Army National Guard, get a head start on a career in exciting fields, including science, communications, engineering, and medicine, all while earning money for your education. This training will boost your eligibility for a high-paying and rewarding profession, and you can get it all while serving part-time in your community. To learn more about the Pennsylvania Army National Guard, visit nationalguard.com/PA and talk to a recruiter today. Paid for by the Pennsylvania Army National Guard.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Picture a Baconator. The 6 strips of Applewood smoked bacon, the hot and juicy beef, the pretzel bun. Wait, pretzel bun? A pretzel Baconator. And it's only here for a limited time? And right now you can get $3 off mobile orders of $15 or more with the offer in the Wendy's app? This changes everything. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Pretzel Baconator.
Limited time only. At participating U.S. Wendy's. $15 minimum required before taxes and fees. Account registration required.
Dom Giordano.
Hey, Paul. Good afternoon.
You crying about inflation. When was the last time minimum wage has been raised to catch up with inflation?
You're perfectly fine. Do you and your wife both do the shopping together? You're perfectly fine with what things cost because they're not going to go down anytime soon.
Unless you have coupons. It's not rocket science, Don.
Oh, it is. So how about the blueberries? So I should just ration the amount of blueberries I eat each week, right?
Count them up.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Kayal and Company mornings. Rich Cioli afternoons. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, so we have 148 likes, Mary, on YouTube.
Okay, that's good.
I know that. I think that's decent, Anthony.
So can you stop
That's
embarrassing
good enough for a
yourself
stalker,
by begging
you
for
think?
people to like you?
No, I'm going to continue to debase myself and behave like a teenager on Instagram trying to get likes.
Who cares? Nobody cares.
You do care, Greg.
He does.
You do.
He does. Greg cares.
No one cares more. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Let's see how high we can go, folks. I know we can get to 200. I know that may not.
Do I have to start texting people and say, "All right, would you just please like this so he stops begging?"
Yes, this is like turnout for an election.
We're getting uncomfortable, you know.
I will shut up if we get to 200.
Promise everybody cookies. Pretend it's like 8th grade, and you promise everybody cookies or promise them free chocolate milk in the lunchroom.
Ooh,
yeah.
So when I ran for student council in high school,
How did I know you ran for student council in high school? Oh my God, the pieces are falling into place. I knew it.
Oh, Mary.
Did you win?
Mary. Of course I won, Anthony.
Well, you probably ran unopposed. You probably ran unopposed.
No.
You're that guy.
No, I had competition. Look, there's a reason why I'm telling you this story, because Mary's talking about promising chocolate milk. I ran on fixing the Simpsons arcade video game that was in our cafeteria.
Yes, that's the real issue.
You had an arcade game in your cafeteria? You went to like some preppy charter school or something, right?
It was parochial school, so it was private
school,
but it was Catholic school, so it wasn't too fancy.
But you had a video game?
We had
in your lunchroom?
Not just the video game. We had the Simpsons arcade game, which is one of the greatest arcade games of all time.
Damn.
Yeah, I know.
Fancy all that Catholic money.
You couldn't play as Homer.
Wait, where did you go?
And I ran on fixing it. Where did I go to high school? I went to Paul VI, which is it's a Haddonfield mailing address. Haddon Township in Camden County.
I was also on student council, for the record. Somehow.
God, such a dork.
This was before I was even like a government nerd too. Like I wasn't into politics, or I just did it because I knew some friends that did it. So
it's like you're explaining why you tried drugs. Well, some friends were doing it, so
pretty
I
much.
decided to take a puff.
I just did it because the cool kids were doing it, so I decided to do it too.
Well, the cool kids weren't doing student council.
No, they weren't. No, you're right.
This is high school all over again, Anthony. We're sitting here embarrassing ourselves. The girl at the lunch table's making fun of us.
Yep.
This is really terrible.
Oh, I believe you me. I was a total nerd in high school. I'm the chick who senior year took Latin 1 and 2 and got straight A's because I didn't want to have another study hall. So.
That is disgusting.
That was me. Yeah.
Oh, shame. Shame. See, my problem is I was nerdy, but the glasses, it's hard to escape from that. Even if you were an athlete, you did some things that were not entirely nerdy. If you have glasses, you just get painted with the 4-eyes brush, and there's just no escaping it.
I wore glasses. Maybe that was part of it, but I didn't wear them all the time, only when I wanted to see. So I didn't wear them all the time.
I can't do contacts. I can't stick my finger in my eye.
I can't do contacts. I can get them in. I can't get them out.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah, you have to dig around in there. Like, oh.
Can't do it. Speaking of nerds, Nikki Haley. I know, Anthony, you're not the world's biggest Nikki Haley fan. I know a lot of people are not. She can be a little grating, and I hate saying that. I know why some people are going to say that I'm saying it. They're going to say, oh, you're saying it because she's a woman. No, I just think that she comes across as very plastic.
Yeah.
Even when she's expressing outrage. Like, for example, when Mary's ticked off here in the program, Mary's ticked off. There's no artifice, right?
Yeah,
I grew up with brothers.
Yeah, right? Like the rage you hear is real. Nikki Haley gives you that everything is scripted feeling, which is probably why this gaffe, that's what they're calling it, is maybe newsworthy, because she so rarely is off script. So she was at a town hall event, I believe, Anthony.
Yeah, this was in New Hampshire last night.
She's up in New Hampshire, where if you believe the polls, which I often wonder whether you should, she's still in distant second place to Donald Trump, but she has decidedly moved into second place. Trump in the RCP average is at 46%. She's pushing 25%. I don't even know if we can still call that competitive, but there has been some separation in the field. And she gave an answer, and she was discussing the causes of the Civil War, and she omitted slavery, and then this happened.
Please, what was the cause of the United States Civil War?
Well, don't come with an easy question or anything. I mean, I think the cause of the Civil War was basically how government was going to run, the freedoms and what people could and couldn't do. What do you think the cause of the Civil War was?
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry?
I'm not ready to president. I want to see your view on the cause of the Civil War.
I mean, I think it always comes down to the role of government. We need to have capitalism. We need to have economic freedom. We need to make sure that we do all things so that individuals have the liberties, so that they can have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom to do or be anything they want to be without government getting in the way.
Thank you. And in the year 2023, it's astonishing to me that you answer that question without mentioning the word slavery.
What do you want me to say about slavery?
You can't hear it
Next question.
with him in the back, but he says with you mentioning that without saying the word slavery in 2023 is like it's all I need to hear. But this right here, the fear in her voice when she hears that question. Oh my God! Let me play that one more time. Just listen to her.
Because of the United States Civil War.
Well, don't come with an easy question or anything. I mean, I think.
How are they not prepared for moments like this? I just don't get it.
Especially since she was the governor of South Carolina, the state where it started. So having her history as a politician, Mary, like, how do you not have that answer in your pocket?
Well, not only that, I mean, yes, there was also an issue of state rights versus federal rights that was also at play here with the Civil War, right? With the South saying, well, we could do this, and the North saying, no, you can't.
Right,
and it's
the
gotta be on a
nullification
federal
crisis.
level, right, all this other stuff. So there were other things that went into it, but in 2023, if you don't know that the answer is slavery, whether it's the right answer or not, you throw that out there because right now we have compelled speech. So as a white woman, you better say slavery or it turns into this. It was such a softball. If she had just said what you're supposed to say, don't worry about states' rights, federal rights, or anything along those lines. Just say slavery and walk away, because that's the answer everybody wants you to say.
Yep.
Easy.
Yeah, and she could have done that, right? Because that's clearly what they're looking for and they expect, to your point. And also, she did have an opportunity to pivot and talk about the dangers we face currently, right? Because what happened during the Civil War is you had two parts of the country, the North and South, that were growing apart. The North was industrialized. It was moving away from slavery. Down South, it was still very much an agrarian culture. Clearly, there was slavery. There is inherent danger in maintaining American unity when America is not united and we don't all share the same values. She could have made an argument that not only would have been more historically accurate, Mary and Anthony, but also maybe could have won her over some support in the Republican Party by making her answer relevant to today's challenges, and she completely whiffed. It was
she totally whiffed.
I don't think she's ready for prime time, candidly. I don't dislike her as much as some. I think she's a little plastic. That's my primary complaint. I just think, and this is just one man's opinion, there's a reason why Donald Trump is out there in first place, and it's not why many of the people that are talking heads tell you he's out in front. It's because he's the only one that gives cogent, coherent answers that connect with the base. If there was someone out there that could do the job that needs to be done in 2024, we would see a more competitive primary. She's only coming up now because they are desperately trying to find somebody who's not Trump, and she's still not really close.
Right. And what I don't like about her is she's being funded by the Democrats. I don't trust that. I'm actually, have to say, I'm surprised that Vivek Ramaswamy is not doing better, because he does connect with young voters. But I just think Trump is such a force to be reckoned with, and people like him for various reasons. There's the faction that wants him to get revenge, like get revenge for us, right? There's the faction that looks at what's happening to him and says, this is just wrong. And I give Ramaswamy a ton of credit for saying, well, I'm taking my name off the ballot in Colorado. And he said he was doing it because right is right and wrong is wrong. Yeah. And so I give him a lot of credit for that. That DeSantis didn't do the same thing, I think, was such a missed opportunity for DeSantis.
I still have no idea what that campaign's all about.
DeSantis, he doesn't know. No, it's a disaster is what it is.
What is it about effective Republican governors from Florida? Because, look, I mean, we all make fun of Jeb Bush. He was a good governor of Florida. He was, by most objective measures. Ron DeSantis, great governor. Both completely tripped when it was time for the national stage.
Yeah, I kind of figured he was, after the launch, that disastrous launch, I kind of figured he would, get his footing and he'd be Ron DeSantis, but who's ever advising him is not allowing him to be Ron DeSantis on the campaign trail. Let him be Ron DeSantis. This isn't that hard, and that's what people like. But anyway, I don't dislike Nikki Haley. I don't find her to be plastic. I just think that she's a polished politician. Right? This is what she does. This is what polished politicians do, until she takes something like, such an easy answer, like what was the cause of the Civil War, Right? One word is all you had to say.
It's political malpractice.
Right,
It
and she
really
blew it. She just blew it, but it happens.
And she's also going to be judged by a different barometer because Trump doesn't try to be scripted. So there's a built-in acceptance that occasionally he's going to mangle some syllables. I've mangled some syllables this morning, but I'm not sitting here reading from a script, so you allow for it and you're mostly forgiving of it. Not some of you in the comments on YouTube, but most of the people listening. Nikki Haley, when you're a plastic person, then all of a sudden you say something that's not plastic, it gets judged a little bit differently. Matt Rooney, Mary Walter in for Kayal and company. We only have one segment left to go, folks, but
seriously?
Yeah, I know. But it's what's on the cut sheet part 2. I know. It's sad. Bittersweet.
No, because after this, I'm on vacation.
Rub it in a little bit. Why don't
My husband's going to kill me because I'm not packed yet. He's going to have he's going to kill me.
We need to move this along, folks, because we need to get Mary home so her husband doesn't kill her.
Well, I am home. You need to get me downstairs and packing before my husband gets home.
I'm not convinced that really is home. You're in your prepper shelter, and I don't know where it really is.
This is the servant's bathroom in a home from 1881, and someone painted all the beautiful beadboard white. And I don't have the time to strip all this paint off. So.
A servant's bathroom.
Yeah, this house was built before income tax, so...
I love it. What fun we have on 1210 WPHT. Me here in the studio, Mary from her prepper bomb shelter servant's quarter. Let's take a break, play some ads to make some cash, and then we'll be back to round out this episode of Kayal and Company in just a moment.
Throws for Allen. He's got him far corner. Touchdown, Penn State.
History will be made December 30th as your Nittany Lions face the Ole Miss Rebels for the first time ever.
Drills it end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Penn State. Theo Johnson from Windsor, Ontario.
Penn State is in the Peach Bowl.
A dominating, wire-to-wire, complete performance.
Hear all the action this Saturday morning at 11:30 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Debt. We can all get in a bit too deep. Members of the NFCC, the National Foundation for Credit Counseling, can help you put debt in its place.
Credit cards took charge of my financial life. An NFCC credit counselor helped me get back in control. I took charge of my debt.
Student loan debt followed me wherever I went. My NFCC financial advocate taught me all I needed to know. I mastered my student loan debt.
We wanted to buy our first home, but weren't sure if we were mortgage ready. Our NFCC housing counselor helped us make a plan. We're on a path to our first home.
NFCC member agencies serve all 50 states and Puerto Rico. Convenient, helpful, knowledgeable, nonprofit. Financial advocates there for you.
We put debt in its place.
Be one of 5 million people to beat debt by 2020. Connect with an NFCC certified credit counselor at your local member agency today. Go to nfcc.org/stopdebt or call 877-410-6322.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
I have an AI will eventually destroy us story. A man.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, I know, right? We're just going to round out 2023 on an optimistic note here.
The ways in which, the world's going to kill you outside of global warming.
That's the joke, right, Mary? That they're constantly telling us in 5 years, in 10 years, the goalposts keep moving. The sun is going to incinerate us. There are a number of things, ladies and gentlemen, that you need to be a lot more concerned about. And one of them is a Terminator-style apocalypse. We're doomed.
A Terminator-style eclipse, you said?
Apocalypse.
Apocalypse.
Well,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't have time for an apocalypse. I'm kind of busy.
Well, I don't think it's going to happen before your vacation, if that's what you're worried about.
Well, my husband just called me. Our friends were supposed to go on vacation with. They're sick, so they may not come, so now we may stay home. So
everyone is getting sick right now.
You know what? I got out of the way early. I was sick in the beginning of October, and then I was sick in the beginning of December. I'm very efficient when it comes to things like that. Out of the way, boom, done, let's move on.
You compartmentalize your viruses?
I try.
Okay. Well,
it's the German and me. We're very efficient people.
Yeah, well, see, some of us don't have this luxury. Our immune systems are not as well put together as Mary's, clearly. And I can't control what Fauci's cooking up in that lab over in China. Sometimes it cranks out stuff that I'm clearly just not set up for.
Well, you also live with 2 Petri dishes, so, you got that going on.
My kids have runny noses nonstop from Labor Day until Easter. Mm-hmm. Just a constant drip. I don't know how much fluid can fit in their little tiny frames, but somehow there is just a constant manufacture of snot. Well, and there's no way to get away from it.
There's too much, and that's why it just keeps spilling out all over the place.
Is that what
happens? Too much fluid.
Yeah, no, I guess that's what it is.
Got to check the radiator in those things.
Yeah, right. I'm just going to attach a little bucket to their heads.
Exactly.
To catch all the runoff so it doesn't end up on
God. Dear Lord. How did this turn so gross so quickly?
Yeah, right.
Well, it's that point in the morning where we're just absolutely delirious. We started out 4 hours ago celebrating that you were able to put your shirt on correctly, that I even made it here. And now we're like, oh, snot. Isn't that gross? Just circling the toilet bowl of broadcast radio here now.
Well, speaking of that, let's get to what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Yeah, that's right. Part 2. Perfect segue there. So thank you for that.
And I will tweet out the apocalypse story, by the way. So
that's right. We totally just blew right past the apocalypse story, didn't we?
No, Anthony's got to keep us on schedule. That's what he's here for. I was trying to figure out what he was here for, and I think that's it.
So he's basically just a buzzkill.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, what is Greg? That's. Oh, maybe I shouldn't say that on the air.
You yell us.
But either way, let's get to what's on the cut sheet. I want to start here. This will be cut 8, Phil. This is one of the latest TikTok viral videos talking from a teacher, which I don't know why every teacher feels like they have to talk on TikTok. But this is cut 8, a teacher talking about using inclusive labels for parents in the classroom. This is cut 8, Phil, go.
Hi. I just want to come on here and talk about the importance of using inclusive language. The whole point of inclusive language is just to make sure people feel included, valued, and empowered. Over the years, I've had to adjust the way I communicate just to be more cognizant of that. So one thing I avoid saying is parents. Not everyone caring for a child is a parent. I've had lots of students in the past being raised by grandparents, uncles, aunts, nannies, etc. But more specifically, I also avoid saying mom and dad, for the obvious reason that not everyone has a mom and dad. Many kids are raised by single moms. Many have 2 dads, 2 moms. All families look different, and it's really, really common, so please don't assume anything. Instead, I say grown-ups or families. Go tell your grown-up to check their dojo message when they get home. It's such a simple fix just to make sure that no one feels unseen. Let me know if you want more videos like this. I think it's so important, and I love talking about it.
It's so important, and I love talking about it. And I'm an up-talker.
I like the music in the background too. Of course, it has that like, oh, this is very calm and serene.
It's an entire generation of little liberal cretins who feel a need to just lecture the rest of us on how we should live our lives because we're wrong, they're right, and we don't know how to speak properly. And it's amazing that I can get up and put my shirt on the right way in the morning.
I will say when that was first posted, I thought that was going to be way more extreme from the caption. But again, like I just don't think, how is it hateful saying mom? Or I guess maybe she's not claiming it's hateful.
Listen to that again, and you'll find out why you were wrong. You clearly did not pay attention the first time. Because not everybody has a mom and a dad. So therefore, nobody can have a mom and a dad.
Yeah.
Mary, I think I can answer this one for you, though. The reason why that medicine went down a little easier for Anthony is because she's attractive.
She's hot.
Yeah,
right.
That's true.
That's
true.
Usually the people that put these videos up have like 6 lip rings, magenta hair. They look like they just rolled out of a cave and they're going to try to hide under a bridge and eat some billy goats.
Yeah.
And that wasn't her. So Anthony's like, oh, you know what? Maybe she's making some sense.
I'll take her opinion, yeah.
Yeah. And you know why it wasn't as crazy as you thought it was going to be is because the blue hair dye hasn't gotten to her brain.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? They always have like pink hair or blue hair or green hair. And to your point, can't go through, they can't have an MRI because, half of their body would fly across the room from all the piercings. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my goodness! But yeah, that's our latest teacher check-in with TikTok.
You think they'd learn by now? Just stop putting this stuff out there.
They love. I think both sides love it. They both react. They love reacting and they love telling us what to think. So, but let's move on. I know Mary was talking about Vivek earlier, and he had a tweet talking about the establishment and how they're going to prop up a Trojan horse. There was then someone who kind of questioned him on this as he was on the campaign trail a couple days ago. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
It's good to see you guys. What did you mean on social media when you said that
it's low?
They're going to take Biden out and it's not going to be Newsom? This is a longer story. It takes a dark turn, but I think I have a good sense of what's going to happen here. Okay. They're leading into a trap. They're not going to let Trump get anywhere near the White House. They're not going to let him. So the goal is, have him be the nominee, and by hell or high water, one way or another, they're not going to have him. They're not going to let him.
What about the other two, though?
It's not them.
Who is it?
It's within our own party.
Okay. It's within our own party?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Hey, look at the people who voted to keep Trump off the ballot. Who are they putting up? Who are lawsuits to keep him off the ballot? Larry Fink to Reid Hoffman. Who are they propping up? So it's a game. And I'm in this to make sure that doesn't happen. But they want it to be a 2-horse race, eliminate him, put up actually the Trojan horse within the Republican Party that keeps the war machine humming and keeps the restrictions on speech and the censorship agenda. Get it done. Who needs Democrats when you can get it done through the Republican Party? Okay. So you do the math. Okay. You do the math on that. Okay. That's what's coming.
Hey, thanks again for taking my question.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, but that's the gist of it. I mean, I guess he's alluding to Nikki Haley. I don't know. Maybe he's hinting at a DeSantis, but
I think
or somebody we don't know.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
somebody hasn't been put up yet. Because I'll tell you, I think both the Republican and the Democrat conventions are going to be contested. I think all holy hell is going to break loose at both of those. That's just me. And may I just say one thing, Phil? When it comes to the videos, could you make them a little louder? They're very low.
That was
audio
because
is very low.
The audio on that one that's because the guest didn't have a mic and Vivek had a mic. But yeah, I'll work on that.
Sorry, Phil. I apologize.
That was my fault, if anything.
Well, last time we
then.
criticized Phil earlier in the show. So we made it all the way to 9:51, Phil, without you getting any shade.
No,
so
it
don't
wasn't
feel
shade.
too bad about it.
I was just asking a favor. It's just that I always have to turn up my volume for the videos for the cut sheet, and then I get slammed in my headphones when Anthony or whoever Matt jumps in, and then I got to turn it down. So it was just a request. That's all. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go back to my cave now.
No, Mary,
I'm gonna go back to the closet.
No, it's totally fine. It's a fair request. I just want to know, why do you hate Phil?
Phil and I don't know you guys know this, but we're working with each other behind the scenes.
Is that who Vivek's talking
That's
about?
true. Yeah, that's who they're going to prop up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. It's all starting to come
Phil
together
and I are going to
now.
overthrow the entire morning show.
I had a feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Stock or pick up.
We're in on you. But we'll wrap up here. I think most people really need to kind of pay attention to that, because we've been alluding to that too, the establishment of the Republican Party. So 2024 will be a race either way on both ends. And we'll wrap here. This was out in Ohio. This will be Cup 4, Phil. This was from a trans debate there in the House in Ohio. And this has been making the rounds on GOP Twitter spheres. I thought it'd be something good for you guys to react to. This is Cut 4. Phil, go ahead.
We could stop the conversation there, but let's talk about how it impacts us personally. Again, when I first started writing testimony 2 years ago, I shared that my greatest fear for my 2 transgender children as a parent is the risk of suicide. We've heard about that a lot tonight, and it's real. It's not hypothetical. Since I first wrote those words, it went from being a fear to being a reality. Both of my children have attempted suicide. I have so much more passion I could share with you, but I will stop there.
Now, that is a sad clip. I don't want anyone to go through possible suicide, but I feel like that, to what we've said all in all again with this, that is the perfect example of they're trying to rile you up with emotions over and over again. And that's why you can't even have like a logical conversation about that issue with a lot of people, because they're so emotional.
That's all correct, but I'm gonna be even less generous than you are. I have seen a trend where you have liberals, particularly far left liberal women, that love to brag about having mentally ill children as if it is some kind of accessory. And it's weird and it's gross. Like, maybe if you have 2 trans kids that try to commit suicide, maybe you suck as a parent. Maybe you should get them help, right? Like, not that I'm saying good parents can't have kids that have struggles. God knows they can. I've got 2 kids, knock on wood, that I can save them from some of the stuff. You can't always, but I mean, goodness gracious, maybe you're the problem, lady. Maybe look inward instead of blaming everyone else for what's going on under your own roof.
It's like a weird Munchausen's by proxy situation going on. Did I just go too deep? Sorry.
And that was Laura Robinson Boyd of Ohio, just for context.
And of course, she goes by 3 names too.
Of course. But to your point, Matt, there was a joint project of the Brookings Institution, Gallup, and the Institute for Family Studies, and they did not look at this based on, did not set out to look at this based on politics, but they found out that the children of conservative parents have a considerable lower risk for mental health issues than children of liberal parents. And here's your case study right there. Susie Barbie, what's her name? From Ohio.
Susie Barbie.
There. I don't know what her name was. I didn't pay that much attention.
Just a generic leftist woman in thick glasses and a ponytail. They all look alike.
With the she had like the ribbon on, and she's got a T-shirt with a bunch of different flags and all that. So there's something to be said for being a parent to your child, and when your child says, "I want to be a boy," you look at them and go, "Sure, you can dress like a boy during the on the weekends, but you're gonna go to school dressed like a girl, and when we go visit grandma and grandpa, you're dressing like a girl." And that's it, because they're going to grow out of it for a lot of these kids. Indulging it, I think, is super dangerous, and I fear when these kids get older, I don't know how old they are, but when they get older, they are going to blame mommy for indulging them when it comes to this. Both of them, what are the odds? Come on.
I mean, in my opinion, the clothes thing, who cares? They're kids. Let them wear whatever they want to wear. Like,
Nope.
It's who cares?
No.
I just...
No. You have to teach your children there's a time and place for everything. There is a time and place for certain behavior. There's a time and place for certain dress. When we were going to Grandma and Grandpa's, you had to clean up your act whether you liked it or not. When we went to Mass, you were not allowed to dress like a homeless person. When you're at home, you can dress that way. But there's a time and place for everything, and you have to teach your children that. Otherwise, they're on a plane in their pajamas and slippers.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
the key is the key is you get.
Well, look at the way you're dressed now, case in point. That's all I'm going to say.
I was going to say, apparently past the dress code today. It's about parents parenting, right?
Yes.
Your kids just don't grow up great on their own. You have to do some work. You can't abdicate that responsibility to the culture, to social media, to the public schools, God knows, or anyone else. But that's what these new agey parents want to do. And, well, Mary, you just said it. We have a mental health crisis. Yeah. So raise your kids well and raise your kids right, and you might get a better product.
Yeah. And they said that the best parenting style that they found with kids having the tightest, the best relationship with their parents was authoritative, which they defined as warm, responsive, and rule-bound. The worst was authoritarian, which is cold and harsh, or permissive, which they found most liberal parents have a permissive parenting style.
Life goals for 2024, folks. Listen, it's been a genuine pleasure to be with you today. Thanks to Nick and Greg and Dawn for letting us steer the ship. Thanks to Mary Walter, my co-host, for helping keep us in line. Phil, Anthony, everyone else on the team. Stay tuned. Lou Pate coming up next, filling in for Dawn Stenslin. And then Mike Opelka filling in for the great Mr. Zioli later this afternoon, in addition to Dom Giordano. What a lineup! And Happy New Year, everyone. Talk to you soon.